The screaming stopped at 3:47 a.m., but something far worse replaced it. In rural Michigan, a family's blood soaked into floorboards that would whisper their secrets for decades. Welcome to True Crime Headquarters, where every story runs darker. Tonight, we dive into 4 true crimes, each more gripping than the last. If you enjoy them, a like, comment, or subscribe helps keep the truth alive. Now, this is the story of the Abel's horror, when evil wore a father's face. We spend our lives locking doors against strangers, never realizing that the deadliest predator might already be inside, carving his name into the people who call him Dad. Tonight, we're descending into the shattered remains of the Abel's family, a case so savage, so methodically cruel, that even hardened detectives walked away with nightmares they couldn't shake. This isn't just another family annihilation. This is the story of Tony Abels, a man who transformed his home into an abattoir, who looked into the eyes of those who loved him most and decided their terror would be his masterpiece. Now close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and leave a comment. Thank you. Lenawee County, Michigan, held its secrets close like a miser clutching coins. The rural sprawl of farmland and forgotten roads created pockets of isolation where neighbors might live a quarter-mile apart and still know nothing of each other's lives. It was the kind of place where privacy wasn't just respected, it was enforced by distance, by the thick curtain of trees separating property lines, by the understanding that what happened behind closed doors stayed there, rotting in silence. The Abels family lived on one such property, a weathered house that sat back from the road like a thing ashamed of itself. Paint peeled from its siding in long, diseased strips. The windows reflected nothing but darkness, even in daylight, as though the glass itself had learned to keep secrets. Overgrown grass swallowed the front yard, punctuated by rusted farm equipment that hadn't moved in years. Metal corpses slowly returning to the earth. Inside that house, something was festering. Tony Abels was 43 years old, a hulking man with hands that had known hard labor and eyes that had learned to hide what churned beneath his skull. To the sparse few who encountered him at the hardware store or the gas station, he was unremarkable, quiet, the kind of man who paid cash and left without conversation. But unremarkable men can harbor remarkable darkness, and Tony Abels was a walking monument to that truth. His wife, Vicki Abels, had once been vibrant. Old photographs showed a woman with bright eyes and a smile that suggested she believed in possibilities. 20 years of marriage had drained that light like blood from a wound. At 41, she moved through the house like a ghost haunting her own life, her shoulders permanently hunched as though expecting a blow. The bruises she wore had become a second skin, yellowing patches of violence that she covered with long sleeves even in summer's strangling heat. Their children had inherited their mother's wariness. 16-year-old Jessica possessed her father's heavy build, but her mother's frightened eyes that had learned to track movement, to calculate escape routes, to read the weather patterns of rage. 13-year-old Daniel was rail-thin and hollow-cheeked, the kind of boy who disappeared into corners and made himself small, as though invisibility might be a form of protection. 8-year-old Emily still believed in her father's goodness during the sober hours, still climbed into his lap seeking affection, unable to understand why her mother would pull her away with trembling hands. The violence in the Abels household wasn't anomalous, it was atmospheric. It permeated the walls like black mold, invisible but omnipresent, poisoning every breath. Tony's rages were volcanic eruptions preceded by ominous silence. The family had learned to read the signs. The tensing of his jaw, the particular way he'd set down his beer bottle, the deliberate slowness of his movements before the explosion. They developed a vocabulary of survival, a silent language of glances and careful footsteps, of knowing when to scatter like prey animals sensing a predator. But violence, when it becomes routine, breeds a toxic familiarity. The family had adapted to the bruises, the screaming, the nights spent locked in bedrooms listening to destruction in other rooms. They'd learned to exist in the gaps between eruptions, to rebuild themselves in the brief calms before the next storm. What they couldn't know, what no one could know, was that adaptation wouldn't save them. that Tony Abels was evolving towards something that transcended ordinary domestic horror. The spring of 2002 brought with it an oppressive humidity that made the Michigan air feel solid, hard to breathe. The house seemed to sweat, moisture beating on the windows like the place itself was fevered. Tony had been drinking more, the unemployment checks running dry, the rejection letters from job applications piling up like accusations. His rage, once contained to alcohol-fueled episodes, had begun leaking into his sober hours, metastasizing into something colder, more calculated. Vicky had started making plans, quiet, desperate plans. She'd been squirreling away money, dollar by dollar, hiding it in a coffee can beneath a loose floorboard in the bathroom. She'd contacted a women's shelter 3 counties away, speaking in hushed tones on a prepaid cell phone she kept hidden in her car. The counselor had told her that leaving was the most dangerous time, that men like Tony often escalated when they sensed their control slipping. Vicky knew this in her bones, had always known it, but staying meant watching her children inherit her wounds. She'd planned to leave on a Tuesday morning in April, while Tony was supposed to be at a job interview 40 miles away. She told the children to pack only essentials, 1 bag each, whatever they could carry. Jessica had understood immediately, her face setting with grim determination. Daniel had nodded silently, already disappearing into himself. Emily had cried, not understanding why they had to leave Daddy, and Vicky had held her and lied, saying it was just a vacation, just a little trip. But Tony never went to that interview. The night before their planned escape, Tony sat in his recliner in the darkened living room, the television flickering images across his face like a strobe light illuminating something demonic. He'd been drinking, but he wasn't drunk. There was a clarity in his stillness that was far more terrifying than his rages. Vicky had come downstairs to get water, freezing when she saw him there, a silhouette against the television's glow. "You've been making plans," he'd said, his voice flat, emotionless. Not a question, a statement. The coffee can had been sitting on the table beside him. He'd found it. Somehow he'd found it. Vicky's blood had turned to ice water. "Tony, I don't." The word cut through the air like a blade. "Don't insult me with lies." The silence that followed was the kind that precedes earthquakes, that pressurized absence of sound before the world splits open. Vicky had backed toward the stairs, her heart hammering against her ribs like something trying to escape a cage. Tony hadn't moved, hadn't even turned his head, but she could feel the weight of his attention, the way a deer might sense a hunter's crosshairs settling on its heart. "You're not going anywhere," Tony had said, and in his voice was something Vicky had never heard before. Not rage, not even anger, but a cold certainty that made her bladder threaten to let go. "None of you are going anywhere, ever." She'd run then, taking the stairs 2 at a time, her breath coming in panicked gasps. Behind her, she'd heard Tony stand, heard the deliberate heaviness of his footsteps, unhurried, certain. She'd locked herself in the bedroom, pressed furniture against the door, her entire body shaking so violently she could barely stand. He hadn't tried to get in. That was somehow worse. She'd heard him go to the garage, heard the metallic sounds of him rummaging through his tools, selecting, choosing, preparing. Vicky had called 911 on her hidden cell phone, whispering frantically into the receiver, begging for help, giving the address. The dispatcher had told her to stay on the line, that units were being dispatched, that help was coming. But Lenawee County was vast, and the nearest sheriff's deputy was 20 minutes away, and Tony Abels had been planning this for longer than any of them realized. The children had woken to their mother's terror, gathering in the master bedroom like refugees. Jessica had immediately understood the gravity, had taken Emily and Daniel into her arms, positioning herself between them and the door. They'd heard their father moving through the house, methodical, purposeful. They'd heard him climbing the stairs. The barricaded door wouldn't hold. They all knew it. Vicky had looked at her children, had seen the fear in their faces, and had made a decision. The bedroom window opened onto the roof over the porch, a 10-foot drop to the ground. Risky but possible. Their only chance. She'd gotten the window open, the humid night air rushing in like a gasp. Jessica first, she'd whispered. Then Daniel, then Emily, then me. But Tony had been faster than she'd calculated, more prepared. The door had exploded inward, furniture scattering like leaves, and there he'd stood, backlit by the hallway light, holding a hammer in one hand and something else, something that gleamed in the other. I said, Tony had repeated, his voice carrying the weight of finality, "You're not going anywhere." What happened next would stain that house with a darkness that no amount of cleaning could ever remove. The walls would absorb the horror of that night, the floorboards would drink the blood, and the very air would remember the screaming that went on far too long, that only stopped when there was no one left with breath to scream. The 911 operator, still connected on Vicky's dropped phone, had listened to it all, her own screams into the radio for units to hurry, competing with the sounds of butchery emanating from the small speaker. She would quit her job 3 weeks later, unable to sleep without hearing those sounds, unable to close her eyes without seeing what her imagination conjured from the audio nightmare she'd been forced to witness. Deputy Marcus Chun had been with the Lenawee County Sheriff's Department for 6 years, long enough to see his share of rural horror, meth lab explosions, domestic disputes turned lethal, the occasional hunting accident that wasn't quite an accident. But nothing in his training, nothing in his experience, could have prepared him for what waited at the Abels' residence that April night. The house, when he arrived with lights blazing and siren dying, looked deceptively normal. The porch light was on, casting a welcoming yellow glow. A child's bicycle lay on its side in the yard, red paint chipped but still recognizable. For a moment, just a moment, Chun had felt a flicker of hope. Maybe it had been a false alarm. Maybe they'd gotten here in time. Maybe this would be nothing more than another scared wife and a drunk husband sleeping it off. Then he'd noticed the door was ajar, just a few inches, and something dark was pooled on the threshold, gleaming wetly in the porch light. Not water, too thick, too red. Sheriff's Department. Chun had called out, his hand on his weapon, his backup, Deputy Sarah Williams, positioned behind him, her flashlight cutting through the darkness inside the house. "We're coming in." The silence that answered was absolute, the kind of silence that screamed louder than any voice. Chun had pushed the door open with his boot, and the smell had hit him like a physical force. Copper and waste, the unmistakable stench of violent death. His flashlight had revealed the living room, and his mind had simply refused to process what he was seeing for several seconds, unable to reconcile the normalcy of the furniture, the family photos on the walls, with the abattoir the room had become. Vicky Abels lay at the foot of the stairs, her body twisted at an angle that spoke of a desperate flight interrupted permanently. The wounds, God, the wounds, weren't the clean punctures of gunshots or even the straight lines of knife cuts. These were crushing injuries, brutal impacts that had caved in portions of her skull, that had shattered her hands raised in futile defense. The hammer was still there, lying beside her in a pool of congealing blood, its metal head matted with hair and tissue. But Vicky wasn't alone in her death. Daniel Abels was in the kitchen, his small body crumpled against the refrigerator, the white surface behind him painted with arterial spray that had begun to brown at the edges. The boy's face was turned toward the doorway, his eyes still open, and Chun would never forget those eyes. The terror frozen in them, the incomprehension, the betrayal. He'd been 13 years old. 13. Emily, the youngest, had almost made it to the back door. Almost. Her tiny hand was still stretched toward the doorknob, her fingers inches away from escape, from air, from a life she would never live. The violence inflicted on her small body was so excessive, so thoroughly destructive, that Chun had felt his knees buckle, had to grab the doorframe to stay upright. She was 8 years old. Jessica had fought. The evidence of her struggle was everywhere. Overturned furniture, broken glass, defensive wounds on her hands so deep they'd cut to bone. She'd made it to the bathroom, had tried to barricade herself inside, but the door had been smashed open, its hinges torn from the frame. She died in the bathtub, curled in a fetal position, her blood turning the water that had splashed out during the struggle into pink rivers across the tile floor. For bodies, for members of a family, slaughtered with a methodical brutality that spoke of rage transcended into something colder, more purposeful. This wasn't a momentary loss of control. This was execution. This was annihilation. Deputy Williams had found Chun standing in the hallway, his face white as paper, his gun still in its holster, forgotten. "Marcus," she'd said, her voice shaking. "Marcus, we need to. Where's the father?" That question had snapped Chun back into professional mode, adrenaline overriding horror. Where was Tony Abels? The house wasn't large, 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom upstairs, the living areas downstairs. They'd cleared the ground floor. That left only the upper level. The stairs were slippery with blood, requiring careful placement of each foot. The master bedroom was empty, its door still barricaded from the inside, the window open to the night. The children's rooms were undisturbed, beds still made, toys arranged on shelves, posters on walls, shrines to lives that had ended just rooms away. That left only one door. The bathroom at the end of the hall, the same bathroom where Jessica had died. Chun had approached it with his weapon drawn, Williams covering from behind, both of them expecting another body, another victim. What they found instead was Tony Abels, sitting on the edge of the tub beside his daughter's corpse, staring at nothing. His hands were covered in blood up to the elbows, his clothes soaked through, his face and hair matted with splatter. He didn't react to their presence, didn't acknowledge their shouted commands to show his hands, to get on the ground. He just sat there, catatonic, his eyes empty as a doll's. "Tony Abels," Chan had said, his voice somehow steady despite the shaking of his hands. "You're under arrest for..." He'd stopped, unable to continue, unable to articulate the enormity of what this man had done. When they'd finally gotten Tony to move, to stand, to allow himself to be handcuffed, Chun had noticed something that made his skin crawl. Tony wasn't injured. There wasn't a scratch on him. Despite the evidence of Jessica's desperate struggle, despite the clear signs that Vicky had fought, despite the violence that had consumed his entire family, Tony Abels had emerged without a single defensive wound. It was as though he'd been untouchable, a reaper moving through his family with impunity, invulnerable to their resistance. The forensics team that arrived an hour later would work the scene for 14 hours straight, documenting, photographing, collecting evidence. The lead investigator, a 20-year veteran named Thomas Kowalski, would later tell reporters that in 2 decades of homicide investigation, he'd never seen such thoroughness in brutality. Every blow had been delivered with full force. Every wound had been intended to kill. There was no hesitation in the violence, no moment of reconsideration. The weapon of choice told its own story. The hammer, a 20-ounce framing hammer, its handle worn smooth from years of use, had been Tony's constant companion during his construction days. He'd used it to build the deck on the back of the house. He'd used it to help a neighbor build a fence. He'd used it to hang the very family photos that still smiled down from the living room walls. And then he'd used it to destroy the family who'd trusted him, who'd called him husband, who'd called him father. But the hammer hadn't been the only weapon. In the garage, investigators found a bloodied crowbar, its curved end bent from the force of impacts. They found a hunting knife, its blade broken off halfway down, snapped during the attack on Vicky. They found evidence that Tony had prepared, had laid out his tools like a surgeon preparing for an operation, had approached the slaughter of his family with the same methodical planning he might have applied to a construction project. The 911 call provided a timeline that made the horror even more acute. From the moment Tony had broken down the bedroom door to the moment deputies arrived, 23 minutes had elapsed. 23 minutes during which a father had systematically hunted down and killed his entire family. 23 minutes during which those family members had run, had hidden, had begged, had died. The dispatcher's recording captured it all. The screaming, the impact sounds, the pleas for mercy that went unanswered, the eventual silence that was somehow worse than the noise. Vicky's last words, captured on the recording before the phone was knocked away, were simple, "Please, Tony, please, they're your babies." The response, if there was one, was the wet impact of the hammer finding its target. Emily's death was particularly haunting. The medical examiner would later testify that the little girl had survived the initial attack, a glancing blow that had fractured her skull but not immediately killed her. She'd been conscious as she crawled toward the back door, leaving a smear of blood across the linoleum that marked her desperate attempt at escape. Tony had followed her, had watched her struggle, had raised the hammer one final time. Daniel had died quickly, a small mercy in an ocean of horror. The first blow had killed him, the medical examiner confirmed, though Tony had continued striking long after the boy was gone. The pattern of injuries suggested frenzied overkill, as though Tony needed to be certain, needed to obliterate the very existence of his son. Jessica's death was the longest, the most drawn out. The defensive wounds on her hands and arms numbered over 20. She'd grabbed the hammer at one point, tried to wrench it away, and her palm prints in blood on the metal handle would become key evidence at trial. She'd screamed for help, screamed for her mother, screamed for someone, anyone, to stop this. The neighbors, a quarter-mile away, had heard nothing but wind in the trees. As dawn broke over Lenawee County, the full scope of the massacre became clear. The Abels' house, once a home, however troubled, however dark, was now a crime scene, a monument to domestic horror. Yellow tape cordoned off the property. News vans began arriving, satellite dishes reaching toward the sky like flowers seeking sunlight. Reporters stood at the property line, speaking in hushed tones into cameras, struggling to find words adequate to the task of describing what had happened here. The community, such as it was in this rural sprawl, reacted with shock and disbelief. Tony Abels had been quiet, yes, but not threatening. The family had kept to themselves, but that wasn't unusual out here. There had been no warning signs, people insisted, no indication that something like this was building behind closed doors. But that was a lie, protective and comfortable. There had been signs. Vicky's bruises, the children's wariness, the way the family would tense when Tony's truck pulled into the driveway. The problem wasn't that there were no signs. It was that no one had wanted to see them, to acknowledge them, to act on them. In the cold holding cell at the county jail, Tony Abels sat motionless, his blood-soaked clothes replaced with an orange jumpsuit, his hands finally clean but still emanating the smell of copper and death. He hadn't spoken since his arrest, hadn't asked for a lawyer, hadn't asked for anything. When investigators tried to interview him, he'd simply stared through them, his eyes as empty as a cave. The question that haunted everyone, investigators, prosecutors, the community, eventually the nation as the story spread, was simply, why? Why does a man destroy everything he supposedly loves? Why does a father become an executioner? Why does a home become a slaughterhouse? The answers, when they eventually emerged during the trial, would be both banal and terrifying, a combination of toxic masculinity, alcohol, unemployment, and a sense of ownership so complete that Tony Abels had believed his family's lives belonged to him to take. But in those first horrific hours after the discovery, there were only questions, and the dead, and the blood slowly seeping into floorboards that would never come clean. The prosecution of Tony Abels began not in a courtroom but in the court of public opinion, where the brutality of the crime had already rendered its verdict. Within 48 hours, the story had metastasized from local tragedy to national horror show, the details reported with a mixture of fascination and revulsion by news outlets across the country. The crime scene photos, sanitized for public consumption but still devastating, flashed across television screens during dinner hours. Talking heads debated the nature of evil, the failure of mental health systems, the epidemic of domestic violence, all while the images of four smiling faces, Vicky, Jessica, Daniel, Emily, remained frozen on screen, a family preserved forever in happier moments that now felt like lies. The Lenawee County Prosecutor's Office, led by District Attorney Patricia Hammond, faced a case that was simultaneously the easiest and most difficult of her career. Easy because the evidence was overwhelming, undeniable, damning beyond measure. Difficult because the sheer horror of it made objective legal proceedings feel almost obscene. How do you prosecute the unprosecutable? How do you find justice for crimes that transcend justice? Tony Abels was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder with special circumstances, multiple victims, crimes committed during the commission of another felony, victims under the age of 18. Michigan had abolished the death penalty in 1846, making it one of the first English-speaking jurisdictions in the world to do so, which meant the maximum sentence was life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Hammond announced she would seek 4 consecutive life sentences, one for each member of the family Tony had destroyed. The defense, appointed by the court after Tony's refusal to engage with the legal process, fell to public defender Michael Thornton, a man whose 23-year career defending the indefensible had given him both a reputation for competence and a face that looked perpetually haunted. Thornton knew immediately that his job wasn't to prove innocence. That ship had sailed, sunk, and been forgotten at the bottom of the ocean. His job was to provide adequate representation, to ensure the trial was fair, and to perhaps, just perhaps, find some mitigating factor that might inject a molecule of humanity into the proceedings. The psychiatric evaluation, conducted over 6 weeks by Dr. Ellen Ramirez, a forensic psychologist with expertise in violent offenders, revealed a portrait of Tony Abels that was simultaneously mundane and monstrous. His childhood had been marked by violence. His own father had been a brutal man, quick with fists and belt, who'd viewed his children as property to be controlled. Tony had enlisted in the Army at 18, served 4 years, received an honorable discharge despite several incidents of excessive aggression during training exercises that had been noted but not pursued. His marriage to Vicky had begun normally enough: courtship, wedding, the birth of Jessica. But the pattern had established itself early. Tony's need for absolute control, his inability to tolerate dissent or disobedience, his volcanic rages when challenged. The violence had started small: a shove, a grabbed wrist, a slap during an argument. But violence, once welcomed, tends to escalate, to expand, to fill all available space like a gas spreading through a room. Dr. Ramirez's conclusion was clinical and chilling. Tony Abels was not legally insane. He knew right from wrong. He understood the consequences of his actions. He had planned, prepared, and executed that word again. His family's murders with clear intent and consciousness. Yes, he likely suffered from antisocial personality disorder with narcissistic features. Yes, his childhood trauma had created dysfunctional attachment patterns and an inability to process loss of control. But none of this met the legal threshold for insanity. He was, in the eyes of the law, fully responsible for his actions. The defense's strategy, such as it was, focused on mitigation rather than exoneration. Thornton would argue that Tony's mental health issues, while not rising to insanity, warranted consideration during sentencing. He would present evidence of Tony's deteriorating mental state in the weeks before the murders. The increased alcohol consumption, the paranoid ideation, the obsessive belief that his family was conspiring against him. He would call expert witnesses to testify about the effects of unemployment on male identity, about the cycle of abuse, about how toxic masculinity and patriarchal control can metastasize into lethal violence. It was a thin reed on which to build a defense, and everyone knew it. The trial began on a gray October morning, 6 months after the murders. The courthouse in Adrian, Michigan, was surrounded by media trucks, their satellite dishes creating a forest of technology. Protesters gathered on the steps, some calling for the return of the death penalty, others from domestic violence organizations speaking about the epidemic of intimate partner homicide. Inside, the courtroom was packed with reporters, true crime enthusiasts, courthouse regulars, and the morbidly curious. Tony Abels entered wearing a suit that hung on his frame. He'd lost 30 pounds in custody, the weight dropping off him as though his body were rejecting itself. His expression remained that same vacant emptiness that had characterized him since his arrest. When asked to enter his plea, his attorney answered for him, "Not guilty by reason of insanity." The jury selection took 3 days. Each potential juror questioned extensively about their ability to remain impartial in the face of such overwhelming horror. Several broke down during voir dire, admitting they couldn't imagine anything that would make them view Tony Abels with anything but hatred. They were excused. The final jury, 7 women, 5 men, ranging in age from 26 to 68, were sworn in with instructions from Judge Martha Chun, no relation to Deputy Chun, that they must base their verdict solely on the evidence presented. not on their emotional response to the crimes. As if such a separation were possible. The prosecution's case was methodical and devastating. Deputy Marcus Chun testified first, describing the scene in flat, professional tones that couldn't quite hide the tremor in his voice when describing Emily's tiny hand reaching for the doorknob. The forensic team walked the jury through the evidence. The blood spatter analysis showing the sequence of attacks, the autopsy reports detailing every wound, every fracture, every moment of suffering. The 911 recording was played in full, 23 minutes of audio that left the courtroom in stunned, horrified silence. Several jurors wept openly. One elderly man in the gallery had to be helped out. His face gray, his breathing labored. The recording was clinical evidence, but it was also a window into hell, proof that humans are capable of inflicting suffering that transcends comprehension. Neighbors testified about the family's isolation, about Vicky's bruises, about the sounds they'd sometimes heard, shouting, breaking glass, that they'd told themselves was none of their business. A teacher from Jessica's high school testified that the girl had shown signs of abuse, flinching at sudden movements, wearing long sleeves in summer, a depression that had deepened over her sophomore year. When asked if she'd reported her concerns, the teacher admitted she hadn't, her voice breaking with guilt. "I thought about it," she said. "I thought about it every day, but I never did anything." The pattern emerged clearly. This family had been drowning in plain sight, sending distress signals that went unanswered because acknowledging them would have required action, would have required intervention, would have required admitting that monsters don't just exist in fairy tales, but in split-level houses with manicured lawns and family photos on the walls. The prosecution's expert witnesses painted a portrait of Tony Abels as a textbook example of the family annihilator, a subtype of mass murderer who destroys his family, usually in response to a perceived loss of control or imminent separation. Dr. Robert Kelleher, a forensic psychiatrist who'd studied over 100 such cases, testified that these men view their families as extensions of themselves, as possessions rather than people. When faced with the loss of that possession through divorce, separation, or any assertion of independence, they choose to destroy what they can no longer control. It's a form of ownership carried to its logical extreme, Dr. Kelleher explained from the witness stand. The thinking goes, if I can't have them, no one can. But more than that, if they can't be mine, they shouldn't exist at all. It's narcissism and control fused into something lethal. The defense's case, when it finally began in the trial's fourth week, felt almost perfunctory. Thornton did his job with professional competence, calling mental health experts who testified about Tony's troubled childhood, his PTSD from military service, his deteriorating mental state, character witnesses, former co-workers, an uncle, an army buddy, testified that Tony had been a good soldier, a hard worker, a man who'd once helped his neighbor rebuild a porch after a storm. But these testimonies felt hollow, inadequate, like trying to balance a mountain with a feather. Yes, Tony Abels had once been capable of kindness, of generosity, of human connection. That only made what he'd become more horrifying, proof that monstrosity isn't born but made, cultivated through years of choices, of violence normalized, of humanity eroded one compromise at a time. Tony himself never testified. His attorneys advised against it, knowing that putting him on the stand would be disastrous. His effect was too flat, his lack of emotion too pronounced. A jury seeing him would see not a mentally ill man deserving of compassion, but something broken beyond repair, something that needed to be locked away forever. The closing arguments were stark in their contrast. Hammond, for the prosecution, spoke for 90 minutes, walking the jury once more through the evidence, through the timeline, through the agony of that April night. She showed photos of the victims, not the crime scene photos, but pictures of them alive. Jessica at her 8th grade graduation. Daniel holding a fish he'd caught, grinning with pride. Emily dressed as a fairy for Halloween, her wings glittering in the flash. Vicky in her wedding dress, young and hopeful, not yet knowing that the man beside her would one day be her executioner. These were people, Hammond said, her voice thick with controlled emotion. They were not property. They were not possessions. They were human beings with hopes, dreams, fears, and futures. Futures that Tony Abel stole from them with a hammer and a crowbar and a rage so complete, so total, that it demanded their utter annihilation. He didn't just kill them, he tried to erase them, to obliterate their very existence because they dared to want freedom from his control. That is not insanity. That is evil. That is choice. And choices have consequences. Thornton's closing was quieter, almost apologetic. He didn't dispute the facts, he couldn't. Instead, he asked the jury to consider the factors that had created Tony Abel's, the cycle of abuse, the untreated mental illness, the society that had failed to intervene until it was too late. My client did a monstrous thing, Thornton admitted. There's no disputing that. But before he was a monster, he was a victim. Before he was a killer, he was a damaged man crying out for help that never came. That doesn't excuse what he did. Nothing can excuse it. But perhaps it can help us understand how we failed, how we all failed, to prevent this tragedy. It was a speech designed not to win but to fulfill an obligation, to plant seeds of doubt that Thornton himself clearly didn't believe would grow. The jury deliberated for 7 hours. In the courthouse cafeteria, where journalists and spectators waited, people speculated about what was taking so long. The evidence was overwhelming. What could they possibly be debating? The answer, later revealed through juror interviews, was simple. They weren't debating guilt. That had been determined in the first 15 minutes, the vote unanimous and immediate. What they were debating was how to live with what they'd seen, what they'd heard, how to process the horror they'd been forced to absorb. They were debating how to return to normal life after being given a window into the absolute worst that humans can do to each other. When they finally returned, the verdict was read in a courtroom so silent that the rustling of paper sounded like thunder. Guilty on all 4 counts of first-degree murder. Guilty without qualification, without hesitation, without mercy. Tony Abels, standing between his attorneys, showed no reaction. His face remained that same empty mask it had been since his arrest. When asked if he had anything to say before sentencing, he opened his mouth, the first time he'd spoken in court, and said 4 words that would be repeated in every news story, every true crime podcast, every discussion of the case for years to come. They were already gone. The courtroom erupted. Judge Chin gavelled for order, her face flushed with rage. Spectators shouted. A woman in the gallery, Vicky's sister, who'd sat through every day of testimony with stoic silence, screamed curses so visceral they seemed to physically strike Tony where he stood. They were already gone, he'd said, as though his family's decision to leave him was equivalent to death, as though their assertion of autonomy was a form of suicide, as though he'd simply been finishing what they'd started. Judge Chun sentenced him to 4 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole, the maximum allowed under Michigan law. "You will die in prison," she told him, her voice iron. "You will never again see the sky as a free man. You will never again touch another human being without shackles on your wrists. You will grow old in a cage, and when you finally die, no one will mourn you. That is justice. It is imperfect, incomplete, and wholly inadequate. But it is all we have." Tony Abels was led from the courtroom in chains, his orange jumpsuit bright against the dark wood paneling, his shuffling steps echoing in the silence that followed the judge's words. He never looked back, never showed remorse, never acknowledged that the 4 people he'd destroyed had been anything more than obstacles to be removed. Outside, reporters swarmed, microphones thrust toward anyone willing to speak. Hammond gave a brief statement praising the jury's courage and dedication. Thornton declined to comment, climbing into his car with shoulders hunched, looking like a man who'd aged a decade in 6 weeks. Vicky's sister, Barbara Simmons, stood on the courthouse steps with tears streaming down her face and told the cameras what the legal system couldn't. "He took my sister. He took my nieces and nephew. He took futures and grandchildren and Christmas mornings that will never happen. And all we get is to know he's locked up. That's not justice. There is no justice for this." She was right, of course. Justice implies balance, restoration, an accounting that makes things right. But you cannot restore the dead. You cannot balance the scales when one side holds 4 corpses and the other holds only a living monster in a cage. You cannot make right what has been so thoroughly destroyed. The Abels' house stood empty for 3 years after the murders, a hulking corpse of wood and siding that no one wanted to touch. The county seized it for unpaid taxes, tried to auction it, found no takers. Real estate agents refused to list it. The few curiosity seekers who approached it, true crime tourists with cameras and podcasts, reported feeling physically ill as they got closer, a nausea that had no medical explanation but felt utterly real. The house had become haunted not by ghosts but by knowledge, by the weight of what had happened within its walls. Blood had been cleaned, but everyone knew it was still there, soaked into subflooring, embedded in the molecular structure of the place. The forensics team had removed physical evidence, but they couldn't remove the impression of horror that had been seared into the structure itself. Lenawee County eventually condemned the building and had it demolished in 2005, 3 years after the murders. The demolition crew, hired from out of state to ensure they didn't know the history, worked quickly and efficiently, reducing the house to rubble in a single afternoon. But even they reported unease, a feeling of being watched, of working in a place that wanted them gone. The foreman, a gruff man with 30 years of demolition experience, told a local reporter that it was the only job he'd ever worked where his crew refused to take lunch breaks on site, where they packed up their equipment and left the moment the work was done, where no one lingered for the usual end-of-job cigarette and conversation. The rubble was buried in an unmarked section of the county landfill. The lot was scraped clean, covered with soil, seeded with grass. For years, it remained empty, a conspicuous gap in the rural landscape like a missing tooth. Eventually, a developer bought it at a steep discount, subdivided the property, and built 2 houses on lots that carefully avoided the exact footprint where the Abels' house had stood. The families who moved in were told nothing of the history. The developer reasoned that what they didn't know couldn't hurt them. But neighborhoods have memories, and secrets told to one person have a way of becoming secrets told to everyone. Both families eventually learned the truth, one from a gossiping neighbor, another from a Google search that turned up old news articles. Both families moved out within 2 years, selling at a loss, refusing to discuss their reasons publicly but privately admitting they couldn't sleep, couldn't shake the feeling that they were living on cursed ground. Tony Abels, meanwhile, settled into life at the Kinross Correctional Facility in Michigan's Upper Peninsula, a maximum security prison that houses some of the state's most violent offenders. In prison, the hierarchy is clear. Child killers occupy the lowest rung, targets for violence from other inmates who may be criminals but maintain a twisted code that places crimes against children beyond the pale. Tony's first year was marked by 3 separate attacks: a scalding in the shower, a beating in the yard, a stabbing in the chow hall that left him with a collapsed lung and a 6-inch scar across his ribs. Prison officials eventually placed him in administrative segregation, 23-hour-a-day lockdown in a cell barely larger than a closet. It was protective custody, but it was also a different kind of death sentence. Isolation so complete, so total, that years began to blend together into an endless gray present. In segregation, Tony had nothing but time to think, to remember, to perhaps, though there's no evidence of this, to feel remorse. Guards who've worked his unit over the years report that he's a model prisoner, quiet, compliant, causing no trouble. He reads voraciously, mostly history and philosophy, checking out books from the prison library that explore questions of fate, free will, and the nature of evil. He's never granted an interview, never spoken publicly about the murders, never explained what he meant by, "they were already gone." Mental health professionals who've evaluated him as part of routine prison assessments describe a man who has, in some fundamental way, left himself. He goes through the motions of existence, eating, sleeping, reading, but there's an absence behind his eyes, a vacancy that suggests whatever constituted Tony Abels has fled or been extinguished. Whether this is a protective dissociation, a genuine break with self, or simply the effect of decades in a concrete box, no one can say with certainty. He's now 66 years old, his hair white, his body bent from years of confinement in small spaces. He has no visitors. His extended family, the uncle who testified, the army buddy, a handful of cousins, all severed contact immediately after the trial. He receives no letters, no commissary deposits, no phone calls, He exists in a social void, erased from the world as thoroughly as he tried to erase his family. But if Tony Abels has been forgotten by those who knew him, he remains vividly present in the national conversation about domestic violence, about family annihilation, about the ways in which toxic masculinity and the need for control can metastasize into the lethal. The Abels case is studied in forensic psychology programs, used as a teaching tool in law enforcement training, referenced in academic papers exploring the intersection of domestic violence and mass murder. Domestic violence organizations have used the case as a stark example of escalation, of the fact that abuse rarely de-escalates on its own, that intervention is essential, that the most dangerous time for victims is when they attempt to leave. Vicky's plan to escape, her careful preparation, her hidden money, all of it had been textbook perfect, except for the fact that Tony had discovered it. Except for the fact that she'd waited too long, planned too carefully, telegraphed her intent in ways she didn't realize. The haunting question that emerged from the case was one of prevention. Could this have been stopped? The answer, uncomfortable and frustrating, is both yes and no. Yes, there were intervention points, teachers who noticed, neighbors who heard, emergency room visits where Vicky had explained away her injuries with stories of falls and accidents. But no, because the systems in place in 2002 and even now are designed to respond to reports, and reports require someone to speak up, to get involved, to risk the social awkwardness and potential retaliation that comes with intervening in a family matter. Vicky herself had called the police twice before, once in 1998, once in 2000. Both times, Tony had been arrested, spent a night in jail, been released with warnings. Both times, Vicky had declined to press charges, afraid of the retaliation, afraid of the financial instability that would come with Tony in jail, trapped in the classic cycle that keeps so many victims bound to their abusers. The system had touched the Abels family, had identified them as at risk, and then had let them slip away because Vicky, operating under duress and terror, had said she didn't want to pursue charges. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2, the Edward James Adams case. Some men don't just cross lines, they erase them entirely, leaving nothing but blood and silence in their wake. What happens when the person you trust most becomes the architect of your worst nightmare? Tonight, we descend into the twisted mind of a predator who didn't lurk in shadows. He lived in plain sight, hidden behind a badge of authority and a smile that never reached his eyes. This is the story of Edward James Adams, a man who transformed ordinary moments into chambers of unspeakable horror, where screams were swallowed by walls and innocence was buried beneath concrete and lies. But every monster leaves a trail, and this one, his led straight through the heart of darkness into a reckoning he never saw coming. Edward James Adams wore the face of everyone and no one. Average height, unremarkable features, a voice that blended into crowds like smoke into fog. Born in 1946 in the sprawling industrial wasteland of Ohio, he emerged from a childhood shrouded in whispers and locked doors. His mother, a woman whose eyes held storms that never broke, rarely spoke of her son's early years. Neighbors recalled a boy who watched too long, smiled too rarely, and had a peculiar fascination with things that squirmed and bled. The Midwest in the 1950s was a landscape of conformity. White picket fences concealing family secrets, church bells masking domestic violence, and small-town politics protecting those who knew how to play the game. Adams learned early that appearance was everything. He kept his hair neat, his clothes pressed, his handshake firm. He volunteered at the local fire department, attended Sunday services with mechanical regularity, and maintained a yard so pristine it might have been painted onto the earth. But behind closed curtains, something festered. Adams's first marriage dissolved like sugar in acid. His wife, Carol, fled in the dead of night, taking nothing but the clothes on her back and a suitcase of terror that would haunt her for decades. She never filed a police report. Fear has a way of sealing lips tighter than any threat. Years later, after Adams's arrest, she would finally speak, her voice trembling through long-distance phone lines, describing nights of psychological torture that left no visible bruises. The kind of cruelty that eats you from the inside out. By his mid-30s, Adams had reinvented himself completely. He moved to Texas, where the sun blazed hot enough to burn away past sins, or so he hoped. He secured employment with a property management company, a position that granted him keys to dozens of apartments, access to people's most private spaces, and opportunities that made his pulse quicken with dark anticipation. He was the maintenance man, the helpful neighbor, the guy who'd fix your leaking faucet at midnight. Trustworthy, reliable, invisible. His second wife, Margaret, was a soft-spoken woman with kind eyes and a desperate need to believe in second chances. She met Adams at a church social, drawn to his quiet demeanor and stories of redemption. They married quickly. Too quickly, her sister would later say, wringing her hands at the courthouse as vows were exchanged. Margaret wanted to save him from whatever demons he claimed to battle. She had no idea she was moving in with the demon itself. The apartment complex where Adams worked was a sprawling maze of identical units, populated by single mothers, elderly residents on fixed incomes, and young professionals just starting out. It was the perfect hunting ground. Adams studied his tenants with the precision of a biologist examining specimens under glass. He noted their schedules, observed their routines, identified vulnerabilities. Who worked night shifts, who lived alone, who had family nearby, who wouldn't be missed immediately. His method was patient, calculated. He would manufacture problems: a broken air conditioner in the middle of a Texas summer, a mysterious leak that required immediate attention, electrical issues that posed serious safety risks. He'd show up with his toolbox and that practiced smile, playing the hero while mapping escape routes and cataloging items that revealed intimate details of his victims' lives. Photographs, medications, letters from distant relatives. Information was power, and Adams hoarded it like treasure. The first known assault occurred on a Tuesday evening in September 1987. The victim, whose name remains protected, was a 23-year-old graduate student working late into the night on her dissertation. She heard a knock, soft, non-threatening. Through the peephole, she saw Adams holding a clipboard and wearing his maintenance uniform. There was a gas leak in the building, he explained through the door, his voice calm and official. He needed to check her unit immediately. It was a matter of safety. She opened the door. What happened next would become a template for horror, a blueprint of calculated violence that Adams would refine and repeat. He forced his way inside the moment the lock disengaged, moving with a speed that contradicted his casual demeanor. The chloroform-soaked rag came from his pocket in one fluid motion, pressed against her face before she could scream. Her dissertation papers scattered across the floor as she struggled, consciousness slipping away like water through desperate fingers. When she woke, she was bound, hands behind her back, ankles tied to the legs of a chair pulled from her own kitchen table. Duct tape sealed her mouth. The apartment was dark except for a single lamp that cast Adams's shadow enormous and grotesque against the wall. He sat across from her, watching with an intensity that felt like insects crawling across skin. He didn't speak at first. The silence was its own form of torture, stretching minutes into eternities while her mind raced through every possible outcome, each more terrifying than the last. Then he began to talk. Adams's voice during these assaults was described by survivors as the most chilling aspect of their ordeal. Conversational, almost friendly, as if they were discussing the weather rather than the systematic destruction of a person's sense of safety. He would narrate his actions, explain his reasoning, share twisted philosophical musings about power and control. He wanted his victims not just physically violated but psychologically shattered, their sense of self carved away piece by piece. The assault lasted 4 hours. When Adams finally left, he took the duct tape and rope with him, wiped down surfaces with professional thoroughness, and departed through the patio door as casually as a man leaving for groceries. The victim remained bound for another 2 hours before managing to free herself. She stumbled to a neighbor's apartment, trauma etched so deeply into her features that the neighbor initially didn't recognize her. The police investigation that followed was textbook incompetent. Detectives treated it as a random break-in, despite the victim's insistence that Adams had a key, had intimate knowledge of her schedule, had clearly planned every moment. But Adams was a respected employee, a married man with no criminal record. The property management company vouched for him, without physical evidence linking him to the crime. He'd been too careful. The case stalled and eventually went cold. But Adams had tasted blood, and the hunger only grew. Over the next months, attacks escalated in frequency and brutality. A 35-year-old divorced mother of 2, a 68-year-old widow who'd lived in the complex for 15 years, a 19-year-old college student visiting her aunt for the weekend. The pattern was consistent: manufactured emergencies, forced entry, prolonged psychological torture alongside physical assault. Adams thrived on the terror in their eyes, the moment when hope collapsed and they realized no one was coming to save them. He varied his approach just enough to avoid detection. Sometimes he struck during the day when the complex was mostly empty. Other times, he waited until the dead hours of night when screams would be mistaken for televisions or domestic disputes, sounds people train themselves to ignore. He never targeted the same type of victim twice in a row. Randomness was its own form of protection. Margaret, his wife, noticed changes. He'd come home at strange hours, clothes smelling of unfamiliar perfumes and cleaning chemicals. He'd disappear for entire afternoons without explanation, returning with scratches on his arms that he'd blame on work injuries. His eyes grew more distant, as if looking at something or someone she couldn't see. When she questioned him, his response was swift and vicious. Not physical violence, which would leave evidence, but a psychological dismantling so thorough she learned to stop asking, stop thinking, stop being anything but silent and obedient. The complex became a landscape of whispered fears. Women began walking in groups, installing additional locks, keeping pepper spray within reach. But attacks continued. Adams adapted to their defenses like a virus mutating around antibodies. He studied their new routines, found fresh vulnerabilities, exploited the gaps in their armor. Then came the mistake every predator eventually makes, the moment when confidence curdles into arrogance, when careful planning gives way to impulsive hunger. On a humid night in March 1989, Adams targeted a woman who fought back harder than the others. She was a former military police officer, trained in hand-to-hand combat, and when he pressed that chloroform rag to her face, muscle memory overrode panic. Her elbow connected with his solar plexus, driving the air from his lungs. His grip loosened just enough for her to twist away, stumbling toward the door while screaming at volumes that shattered windows of silence. Neighbors heard. Doors opened. Lights flooded the courtyard. Adams ran, leaving behind his toolbox, and inside it, tucked beneath wrenches and screwdrivers, a small black notebook filled with names, apartment numbers, and detailed observations that read like a serial killer's manifesto. The walls were finally closing in. Detective Sarah Kemper received the call at 2:30 in the morning, her phone's shrill ring cutting through sleep like a blade through silk. A sexual assault with attempted abduction at the Riverside Apartments, the dispatcher reported, voice tight with urgency. Suspect fled on foot, victim alive and demanding to speak with investigators immediately. Kemper dressed in darkness, her husband snoring undisturbed beside her, and drove through empty streets where traffic lights blinked yellow warnings to no one. She'd worked sex crimes for 7 years, long enough to develop a sixth sense for cases that would consume her life. This one announced itself immediately. The victim, Jennifer Rawlings, sat in the back of an ambulance refusing medical transport until she'd given her statement. Her knuckles were split and bleeding, her shirt torn at the collar, but her eyes blazed with a fury that hadn't dimmed despite her ordeal. She'd been in law enforcement. She knew how cases like this disappeared into bureaucratic black holes when victims became too traumatized to fight for justice. "His name is Edward Adams," Jennifer said, her voice steady and cold as January steel. He works maintenance at this complex. He's done this before, I guarantee it. You need to search his home and workplace now, before he has time to destroy evidence. Kemper had learned to trust victims' instincts. She made the calls, woke up judges for warrants, assembled a team while the night was still dark enough to provide cover. By dawn, a convoy of police vehicles descended on Adams's modest home in a neighborhood where American flags hung from porches and everyone knew everyone's business. Except they didn't. Not really, because monsters are excellent at blending in. Adams answered the door in pajamas, playing the confused innocent with Oscar-worthy conviction. He'd been asleep, he claimed, his wife corroborating from somewhere deeper in the house. There must be some mistake. He'd never harm anyone. This was clearly a case of mistaken identity. But his eyes betrayed him. Darting toward the garage, the basement, calculating whether he had time to run or destroy what investigators would inevitably find. The search took 12 hours. What they discovered would fuel nightmares for everyone involved. The garage was a workshop of horrors. Rope in various lengths, pre-cut and labeled by what investigators would later realize were victim heights. Chloroform in quantities suggesting bulk purchase. Duct tape, dozens of rolls, different brands, different widths. Zip ties, handcuffs, a collection of knives arranged with surgical precision. Polaroid photographs of women in various states of distress, some taken inside apartments investigators recognized, others in locations yet to be identified. But it was the notebook that cracked the case wide open. Adams had been meticulous, documenting each assault with the dispassionate detail of a scientist recording experiments. Dates, times, victim descriptions, techniques used, psychological responses observed. He rated his attacks on a scale of 1 to 10, critiquing his own performance like a theater director reviewing rehearsals. Some entries included sketches, floor plans of apartments, diagrams of binding techniques, anatomical drawings that suggested he'd researched pressure points and pain thresholds. There were 37 names in that notebook, 37 women whose lives had intersected with Edward Adams's, and whose subsequent nightmares could now finally be explained. Kemper's team worked around the clock, cross-referencing names with police reports. Most victims had filed complaints that went nowhere. Cases marked as burglaries, home invasions, or simply closed due to lack of evidence. The system had failed them spectacularly, and now Adams had years of violence under his belt because investigators hadn't connected dots that formed a constellation of predatory behavior. The media descended like locusts. A serial rapist operating undetected for years in a major Texas city was headline gold. Reporters camped outside the police station, ambushed detectives leaving for the day, doorstepped victims whose identities were supposed to be confidential but somehow leaked anyway. The pressure was immense, crushing, a weight that made breathing difficult and sleep impossible. Margaret Adams, the wife, became a figure of morbid fascination. How could she not know? What had she chosen to ignore? Was she complicit or merely blind? Kemper interviewed her 3 times, watching as the woman's reality shattered and reassembled into something unrecognizable. Margaret had convinced herself that her husband's oddities were eccentricities, that his late nights were dedication to his job, that the scratches and bruises were work hazards. Denial is a powerful drug, and she'd overdosed on it for years. Did I see signs? Margaret asked during their final interview, her voice hollow as wind through abandoned buildings. God, yes, I saw signs. I told myself stories, better stories than the truth, because the truth meant I'd married a monster, slept beside him, cooked his meals, laughed at his jokes. The truth meant everything I believed about myself was a lie. As investigators dug deeper, Adams's past emerged like a corpse rising from a shallow grave. His first wife, Carol, was located living under an assumed name in Oregon. She'd spent decades looking over her shoulder, convinced Adams would one day find her and finish what he'd started. Her testimony painted a picture of escalating violence. Psychological at first, then physical, then sexual, each phase more depraved than the last. She'd escaped when Adams was briefly hospitalized for appendicitis, had driven 3 states away before stopping, and had never returned. He told me once, Carol said, her hands shaking so badly she could barely hold her coffee cup. That hurting people was the only time he felt real. Everything else, work, marriage, social obligations, was just theater. But when he had someone helpless, completely under his control, that's when he was most himself. Psychiatric evaluations conducted after Adams's arrest revealed a man devoid of conventional empathy, who viewed other people as objects to be manipulated and used. Dr. Helena Rodriguez, the forensic psychiatrist assigned to his case, spent 30 hours interviewing Adams, emerging from each session looking more haunted than the last. "He's remarkably intelligent," she told Kemper over drinks one evening, both women needing alcohol to process what they were dealing with. "He understands intellectually how emotions work, can mimic appropriate responses flawlessly. But there's nothing behind it, no genuine feeling, no connection to consequence." When I asked him how his victim's suffering made him feel, he looked genuinely puzzled, as if I'd asked him to describe the emotional impact of changing a tire. The prosecution built their case with the methodical precision of master craftsmen. Physical evidence from Adams's garage. Testimony from 37 survivors. Some faces obscured, voices disguised, but their words devastating in their cumulative power. Expert witnesses explaining predatory behavior patterns. Timeline reconstructions showing how Adams had operated with impunity while institutions meant to protect people had systematically failed. Adams's defense team attempted every strategy in the book. They claimed the notebook was fiction, dark fantasies never acted upon. They argued that evidence was circumstantial, that eyewitness identification was unreliable, that their client was being railroaded by a justice system desperate for a conviction. They brought in their own psychiatrists who diagnosed personality disorders that supposedly diminished his capacity for criminal intent. None of it worked. The trial lasted 6 weeks, each day more grueling than the last. Survivors testified, reliving their trauma in excruciatingly specific detail because the law demanded nothing less. Kemper watched from the gallery as these women, who'd been broken by Adams's violence, stood tall and spoke truth to power, refusing to let shame silence them any longer. Adams sat at the defense table, his face a mask of mild interest, as if attending a lecture rather than his own trial for serial sexual assault. Only once did the mask slip. A survivor named Teresa Washington took the stand and described the 4 hours Adams had held her captive, the psychological torture he'd inflicted, the way he'd narrated his actions like a nature documentary host explaining predator behavior. As she spoke, Adams smiled, just for a moment, just the barest curve of lips, but Kemper saw it. So did the jury. That smile sealed his fate. The jury deliberated for 7 hours. When they returned, the foreman's hands trembled as he read the verdict. Guilty on all 37 counts of aggravated sexual assault, guilty on 15 counts of kidnapping, guilty on numerous additional charges that stacked like bricks building a wall between Adams and freedom. The collective exhale from survivors in the courtroom was audible, a release of years of held breath and suppressed terror. Sentencing came 3 weeks later. Judge Patricia Hoffman, a woman known for measured language and careful consideration, looked at Adams with undisguised contempt. "Mr. Adams," she said, her voice cutting through the courtroom's expectant silence. "You are a predator who used your position of trust to terrorize vulnerable people. You turned their homes, places that should represent safety, into hunting grounds for your depravity. You showed no mercy, no remorse, no recognition of your victim's humanity. Therefore, this court will show you none in return." She sentenced him to multiple life terms plus 875 years, each sentence to be served consecutively. In practical terms, Adams would die in prison. If reincarnation existed, he'd die in prison again. As bailiffs led him away, Adams turned to look at the gallery where survivors sat clutching each other's hands. His expression was utterly blank. Not defeated, not angry, not anything. Just empty, as if someone had switched off the lights inside a house and nothing remained but echoing rooms and dust. Freedom, the survivors learned, was more complicated than simply removing the predator from their lives. Edward Adams might be locked away in a maximum security facility where sunlight came filtered through bars and every door required 3 separate keys. but his impact rippled outward like concentric circles from a stone thrown into still water, disturbing surfaces that had seemed calm. Jennifer Rawlings, the military police officer whose fight back had finally stopped Adams, struggled most with what came after. She'd done everything right, fought back, preserved evidence, testified with unwavering strength. But victories in courtrooms don't erase cellular memory, don't delete the recording that plays every time you close your eyes or hear unexpected footsteps or smell cleaning chemicals. She developed hypervigilance so acute it bordered on crippling. Every maintenance request at her new apartment, she'd moved within days of the attack, sent her into panic spirals. She couldn't sleep unless every door and window was not just locked but barricaded. Relationships became impossible. Intimacy required vulnerability, and vulnerability meant danger. Her military career ended when she punched a commanding officer who'd approached her from behind during a routine briefing. The blow was instinctive, a survival response hardwired into nervous system circuitry that couldn't differentiate between threat and safety anymore. "People think surviving makes you a hero," she told Kemper during one of the detectives' follow-up visits. They'd formed a bond forged in the fires of that investigation, a connection built on shared understanding of darkness. "But I don't feel like a hero. I feel like a broken thing that used to be a person." Therapy helped, but slowly, in increments measured in millimeters rather than miles. Jennifer worked with a trauma specialist who understood that healing wasn't linear, that progress came in spirals where you'd circle back to the same pain from different angles, each time integrating it slightly more, making it slightly less likely to ambush you at 3 in the morning when defenses were down. Other survivors faced different battles. Teresa Washington, the woman whose testimony had cracked Adams's courtroom facade, found herself unable to be alone. She moved back in with her mother, a proud woman who'd raised 5 children single-handedly and didn't believe in dwelling on the past. The friction was constant, volcanic. Teresa needed to talk about her trauma, process it, speak it into existence so it wouldn't fester in silence. Her mother needed to pretend it had never happened, that life could simply resume its normal trajectory if everyone just tried hard enough. "She thinks I'm being dramatic," Teresa explained to her support group, voice thick with frustration and hurt. "She says I should be grateful I survived and move on. But how do you move on when part of you died in that apartment? When the person you were before ceased to exist and you're now the stranger wearing your face?" The support group became a lifeline for many survivors. Meeting in a church basement every Tuesday evening, they created a space where trauma wasn't minimized or pathologized, but acknowledged as a rational response to irrational violence. They shared strategies for managing triggers, celebrated small victories like getting through a grocery trip without panic attacking in the frozen foods aisle, and held each other through the darker moments when suicide seemed like the only escape from memories that wouldn't stop replaying. Detective Kemper attended occasionally, not as a law enforcement official but as a witness to their resilience. The case had changed her too, deep in grooves that would never smooth out. She'd seen too much, knew too much about what humans could do to each other. Her own marriage suffered. Her husband complained that she was emotionally absent, always thinking about work, unable to be present even during supposedly relaxing weekends. How could she explain that relaxation felt like betrayal when she knew what those women had endured? How could she care about trivial domestic concerns when survivors were fighting daily battles just to exist? The property management company that had employed Adams faced massive civil litigation. Survivors sued individually and as a class, arguing that the company had ignored warning signs, failed to conduct adequate background checks, and created conditions that enabled a predator to operate unchecked. Internal documents revealed that multiple tenants had filed complaints about Adams. Unsolicited visits, inappropriate comments, being in apartments when they'd been told he'd come later. All dismissed, all buried, all sacrificed at the altar of avoiding confrontation and maintaining staff. The company settled for an undisclosed sum rumored to be in the tens of millions. Money couldn't undo damage, but it provided resources for therapy, relocation, medical bills, and the practical costs of rebuilding lives from rubble. Some survivors used their settlements to start advocacy organizations, transforming their trauma into activism and demanding systemic changes in how landlords vet employees and respond to tenant concerns. Margaret Adams, Edward's wife, became a ghost in her own life. She changed her name, moved to a different state, tried to construct an identity separate from being the serial rapist's wife. But shame followed her like a persistent shadow. Therapy revealed the extent of her own victimization. Years of psychological abuse that had systematically destroyed her ability to trust her own perceptions and judgments. Edward had groomed her as thoroughly as he'd stalked his other victims, just over a longer timeline and with different end goals. "People want me to have known," she told her therapist during a breakthrough session. "They want a villain they can understand, the complicit wife who turned a blind eye. But he made me doubt my own sanity. Every time I noticed something wrong, he'd have an explanation that sounded reasonable. And if I pushed, he'd make me feel crazy for asking, paranoid for suspecting. He dismantled my reality piece by piece until I didn't know what was true anymore." The prison where Adams resided became a focal point for strange pilgrimages. True crime enthusiasts, amateur psychologists, even journalists seeking exclusive interviews made the trek to that fortress of concrete and razor wire, hoping to glimpse the monster, understand the darkness, maybe find answers to questions that haunted them. Adams refused all interview requests with one exception: a doctoral student studying criminal psychology who appealed to his vanity by calling him a fascinating case study. The interview transcripts, later leaked to the media, chilled readers worldwide. Adams spoke about his crimes with detached clinical interest, analyzing his own behavior like an entomologist discussing insect mating habits. He expressed no remorse, no understanding of the devastation he'd caused. When asked if he'd do anything differently, he paused, considering, then said he'd have been more careful about documentation. "The notebook was sloppy," he admitted. "Amateur. I should have encrypted my observations or kept them purely mental." Back in Texas, the Riverside apartments underwent complete renovation. New management, new name, attempting to scrub away the association with horror that had taken root in its soil. But some stains don't wash out. Rental rates remained low despite upgrades because no amount of fresh paint could cover the knowledge that terror had walked those hallways, had keys to those doors, had transformed private spaces into crime scenes. A documentary filmmaker named Marcus Chun spent 2 years creating a comprehensive examination of the Adams case. He interviewed survivors who were willing to speak publicly, former co-workers who'd noticed nothing amiss, criminal psychologists who'd studied the case files. The resulting film, Keys to Darkness, won awards at festivals and sparked nationwide conversations about how society enables predators through willful blindness and institutional negligence. Some survivors refused to participate, wanting no part of their trauma becoming entertainment, however respectful the approach. Others welcomed the opportunity to reclaim their narratives, to be more than statistics in court documents, to show faces and voices that proclaimed, "I survived. I'm still here. He didn't win." Jennifer Rawlings agreed to be interviewed on camera, her military bearing evident despite visible trembling. "I want people to understand," she said, looking directly into the lens, "that survival isn't the end of the story. It's the beginning of a different, harder story about reconstructing yourself from fragments, about learning to trust again when trust was weaponized against you, about finding ways to exist in a world that suddenly feels hostile and dangerous at every turn." The interview ended with her offering advice to other survivors. "Be patient with yourself. Healing isn't linear and it's not tidy. Some days you'll feel strong. Other days you'll fall apart over nothing. Both are okay. Both are part of the process. And most importantly, it wasn't your fault. He chose to be a monster. You chose to survive. Never confuse those two choices." As years passed, the acute crisis faded into chronic management. Survivors built new lives with varying degrees of success. Some thrived, channeling their experiences into advocacy work or creative expression. Others struggled, finding that trauma had roots that went too deep to ever fully extract. Most existed somewhere in the middle, functional but forever changed, carrying scars that might not show but never fully healed. Detective Kemper eventually left law enforcement, the cumulative weight of too many cases, too many victims, too much exposure to humanity's darkest impulses finally exceeding what she could carry. She became a consultant for victims' rights organizations, using her experience to improve how the justice system treats survivors. It was meaningful work, important work, but it didn't erase the nightmares or fill the hollow place that had opened inside her during those months investigating Adams. Edward James Adams adjusted to prison with the same methodical efficiency he'd brought to his crimes. He understood hierarchies, knew how to navigate power structures, recognized that even in maximum security, there were games to be played and advantages to be gained. He kept to himself mostly, avoided gang affiliations, maintained a reputation as someone who did his time quietly and caused no trouble. Other inmates knew what he was. Child molesters and rapists occupy the lowest rung in prison social structures, targets for violence from men seeking to reaffirm their own moral superiority through brutal enforcement of unspoken codes. But Adams proved difficult to touch. He was careful, always aware of his surroundings, never alone in vulnerable locations. And he had information, gleaned from years of observation and study, that made him useful to certain people. He knew how to read body language, predict behavior, assess psychological vulnerabilities. These skills translated effectively to prison politics. A psychologist named Dr. Lawrence Mitchell began conducting research on violent offenders, focusing specifically on those who showed no remorse or capacity for empathy. Adams volunteered to participate, seeing it as intellectual stimulation in an environment of crushing monotony. Their sessions became strange collaborations where predator and researcher circled each other warily, each seeking to understand the other's framework. "Do you ever think about your victims?" Mitchell asked during one session. Adams considered the question with apparent seriousness. "I think about the experiences," he finally answered. "The psychological dynamics, the power exchanges, the behavioral responses to various stimuli. But the individuals themselves? No, not really. They were necessary components of those experiences, interchangeable, ultimately." Mitchell's notes from that session included the observation: subject demonstrates complete objectification of victims. No recognition of their personhood or continued existence beyond his interaction with them. Most disturbing is not anger or sadism, but utter indifference, as if describing laboratory experiments rather than life-altering violence. Years accumulated slowly in prison. Adams maintained correspondence with his mother until her death in 1997, though her letters grew increasingly incoherent as dementia claimed her mind. She never visited. Perhaps she couldn't face what her son had become, or perhaps on some buried level, she'd always known and simply couldn't admit it even to herself. Margaret, his ex-wife, sent divorce papers 2 months after his conviction. He signed them without comment, without requesting anything, seemingly unbothered by the legal dissolution of their marriage. She never contacted him again. Last anyone heard, she was living in Montana under her maiden name, working as a librarian in a small town where nobody knew her history. Some survivors resented her escape, felt she'd been complicit through willful ignorance. Others understood that she'd been another victim, just in a different way. The survivors' support group continued meeting, though membership fluctuated as people moved away, found other communities, or decided they no longer needed that particular space. Some relationships formed there became lifelong, bonds forged in shared trauma that evolved into genuine friendship. Others were too painful mirrors reflecting back experiences they were trying to move beyond. Jennifer Rawlings published a memoir in 2003 titled Fighting Back: A Survivor's Journey from Victim to Victor. It became a bestseller, resonating with thousands of people who'd experienced violence and were struggling to reconstruct their lives afterward. She donated all proceeds to organizations supporting assault survivors and began speaking at colleges and military bases about violence prevention and trauma recovery. Reviews were mostly positive, though some critics complained it was too raw, too graphic in its descriptions of both assault and recovery. Jennifer responded to those criticisms in an interview. "Trauma is raw and graphic. Pretending otherwise, sanitizing it for comfortable consumption, does a disservice to survivors who need to know their experiences are valid and understood. If my words make you uncomfortable, imagine actually living through what I described." Other survivors went in different directions. Teresa Washington never spoke publicly about her experience but channeled her trauma into painting. abstract works in violent reds and blacks that critics called viscerally disturbing and hauntingly beautiful. She never explained the inspiration, let the work speak for itself, and quietly donated portions of her sales to assault crisis centers. Detective Kemper wrote her own book, though focused on systemic failures rather than individual cases. Hunting Monsters: How Institutions Enable Predators examined how law enforcement, property management, healthcare, and other systems repeatedly failed to connect that, properly aligned, would have stopped criminals like Adams years earlier. It became required reading in several criminal justice programs and sparked policy changes in multiple jurisdictions. She included a chapter specifically about the Adams case, about those early reports that were dismissed, complaints that were filed away, patterns that were invisible only because no one bothered to look. "We failed 37 women," she wrote. "We failed them because bureaucracy values procedure over people, because exhausted detectives can't see patterns when cases aren't properly cross-referenced, because property management companies worry more about liability than safety. Edward Adams was a monster, yes, but we gave him the keys to the kingdom and looked away while he used them. Prison took its toll on Adams's body, if not his mind. He developed diabetes in his 50s, then heart disease, then the early stages of kidney failure. Guards found him collapsed in his cell one morning in 2008, barely conscious, drenched in sweat. He spent 2 weeks in the prison hospital before stabilizing, emerging thinner and grayer but apparently undeterred. A journalist named Patricia Reeves managed to secure an interview in 2010, 20 years after his conviction. She'd been a young reporter covering the trial, had watched him sit expressionless while survivor testimony painted portraits of incomprehensible cruelty. Now, with perspective and experience, she wanted to understand whether time and consequences had created any space for reflection or change. Adams, now 64 years old, looked decades older. Prison ages people exponentially, compresses life into a harsh concentrate of monotony and stress. But his eyes remained sharp, assessing, calculating angles even in a situation where he had nothing left to gain. "Do you regret what you did?" Reeves asked, her recorder running, her hands steady despite the unsettling quality of Adams's gaze. He smiled, thin, almost amused. "I regret getting caught. I regret the tactical errors that led to my incarceration. The actual acts themselves." He paused, seeming to genuinely consider the question. "No, they were expressions of my truest self. Regret would require me to believe those expressions were wrong, and I don't. I understand intellectually that society deems them unacceptable, but personally, authentically, no regret." The interview ran in a major magazine with trigger warnings and survivor resources included. Reaction was predictably divided. Some readers felt it provided valuable insight into criminal psychology. Others argued it gave Adams a platform he didn't deserve, amplified his voice while survivors still struggled in silence. Jennifer Rawlings wrote a response piece. "We can study monsters without celebrating them. We can try to understand darkness without letting it consume us. But let's be clear, Adams's lack of remorse isn't profound or interesting. It's pathetic. He's a broken thing that never worked properly, and he deserves our attention only insofar as understanding him helps us protect future potential victims." The years continued their inexorable march. Adams's health deteriorated further. He required insulin injections, blood pressure medication, eventually a walker to navigate prison corridors that once held no physical challenges. Other inmates aged alongside him, the prison gradually becoming a geriatric facility for men who would never see release. In 2015, a parole board reviewed Adams's case as legally required, a formality since multiple life sentences plus 875 years meant release was impossible barring some apocalyptic shift in the judicial system. Survivors who'd spent decades rebuilding their lives received notifications that he'd be considered for parole, and the old wounds tore open with stunning ease. The coalition that formed in response was fierce and organized. Jennifer Rawlings, now a nationally recognized victims advocate, mobilized networks she'd spent years building. Teresa Washington emerged from her private life to add her voice. Even survivors who'd remained anonymous for decades submitted written statements. their words carrying the weight of all those silenced years. The hearing lasted 3 hours. Adams appeared via video link, his orange jumpsuit hanging loose on a frame that had withered considerably. He offered no arguments for release, made no appeals to mercy or rehabilitation. When asked if he had anything to say, he simply stated, "I am what I am. That hasn't changed and won't change. Do what you will." The parole board denied his release unanimously. Took them 4 minutes to deliberate. Outside the hearing room, reporters swarmed survivors who'd attended in person. Jennifer stood at a microphone, flanked by Teresa and a dozen others whose faces had become familiar through documentaries and advocacy work. "Today wasn't about Adams," Jennifer said, her voice carrying the authority of someone who'd transformed suffering into purpose. "It was about making sure the system that failed us once doesn't fail future potential victims. He'll die in prison, and that's justice. But real justice is what happens next. The policies we change, the systems we fix, the conversations we have about believing survivors and taking early warning signs seriously." Back in prison, Adams returned to his cell and his routines as if nothing had happened. Other inmates reported that he showed no visible reaction to the parole denial, no emotion at all. He ate his dinner, read a book from the prison library, went to sleep at his customary time. If disappointment existed within him, it left no external trace. Dr. Mitchell, still conducting research, visited Adams one final time in 2017. The psychologist was preparing a comprehensive paper on remorseless offenders, drawing from decades of data. He wanted to conduct a final assessment, measure any changes over the 27 years since Adams's conviction. "Do you think about death?" Mitchell asked. Adams was 71 now, his body failing in the incremental ways bodies do when pushed too hard for too long. "Constantly," Adams replied. "It's the one truly democratic experience. Unavoidable regardless of choices or circumstances. I wonder sometimes what I'll feel in those final moments. Fear? Regret? Release? Probably nothing, just like always. Just the biological processes shutting down, neurons firing randomly, then silence. And after," Mitchell pressed, "do you believe in any kind of afterlife? Judgment? Reckoning?" Adams laughed, a dry, rattling sound. "I believe in entropy, in matter and energy transforming from one state to another. Consciousness is an emergent property of neural networks, and when those networks cease functioning, consciousness ceases. There's no cosmic accountant tallying sins and virtues. There's just existence and then non-existence." Mitchell concluded his paper with a sobering observation. "After 3 decades of study, I can confirm that some individuals lack the neurological architecture for empathy, remorse, or moral reasoning as typically understood. They aren't tormented by guilty consciences or haunted by their victims. They simply are what they are, predators in human form, capable of mimicking emotion without experiencing it. Our justice system is built on assumptions of rehabilitation and redemption, but what do we do with those for whom such concepts are meaningless?" The survivors, meanwhile, continued their own journeys. Some achieved what might be called peace, not forgetting, never that, but integrating their trauma into life stories that included other chapters, other defining moments. They had careers, relationships, children. The assault became part of their history rather than the totality of their identity. Others struggled perpetually, finding that some wounds are too deep to fully heal, that certain kinds of damage persist despite best efforts and strongest wills. They cycled through therapies, medications, support systems, always seeking equilibrium that remained frustratingly elusive. Their struggle wasn't failure. It was the reality that trauma rewires brains in ways not always reversible. A few didn't make it. 3 survivors died by suicide in the years following the trial, their names not publicly connected to the case, but known to the support group, mourned privately by those who understood exactly what demons they'd been fighting. Each death sent shockwaves through the survivor community, reminding them how tenuous recovery could be, how darkness sometimes won despite everyone's best efforts. In 2019, a graduate student named Maria Fuentes contacted Jennifer Rawlings about conducting a longitudinal study on long-term outcomes for assault survivors. She wanted to track healing trajectories, identify factors that promoted resilience versus those that hindered recovery, contribute to evidence-based treatment protocols. Jennifer agreed to participate and helped recruit others. The research revealed complex patterns. Survivors who had strong social support systems, access to quality mental health care, and ability to engage in meaningful work or advocacy generally showed better long-term outcomes. Those who faced secondary trauma, blame from family, adversarial legal processes, financial instability, struggled more severely. But individual variation was enormous. Some people with every advantage still suffered profoundly, while others with minimal resources somehow found ways to thrive. Trauma doesn't follow rules, Maria concluded in her dissertation. It's not a math equation where we can add up protective factors and predict outcomes. It's a deeply individual experience shaped by neurobiology, psychology, social context, and factors we probably don't even understand yet. The best we can do is provide resources, remove barriers, and respect that each person's healing journey is their own. Detective Kemper, now retired and in her 70s, still received occasional calls from survivors. Some wanted to update her on their lives. Marriages, children, career achievements, small victories worth celebrating with someone who understood the magnitude of simply continuing to exist. Others needed reassurance during difficult periods, a voice that could say with authority, "Yes, it was as bad as you remember. No, you're not crazy. Yes, you have every right to still be processing this." She attended the support group's 25th anniversary gathering in 2014, held in the same church basement where they'd first met. Women who'd been young during the trial were now middle-aged, carrying different kinds of weight than those early years. They shared stories, laughter, tears, memories of those who hadn't made it to this milestone. Someone proposed a toast to survival, to resilience, to refusing to let him define us. Glasses raised, water, juice, soda, some alcohol for those who'd learned to trust themselves with it again. They drank together, survivors and the detective who'd believed them when belief was scarce, all bound by experience that couldn't be understood by anyone who hadn't walked through that particular fire. Edward James Adams suffered a severe stroke in November 2021. Prison medical staff found him slumped in his wheelchair during recreation time, the left side of his face drooping, speech reduced to incomprehensible sounds. He was 75 years old, had spent 32 years in prison, and would spend the rest of his life, however long that might be, in the prison medical facility. The stroke left him partially paralyzed and cognitively impaired. The sharp mind that had planned and executed 37 assaults, that had studied his victims like specimens, that had maintained its arrogant detachment through decades of incarceration, that mind was suddenly scrambled, misfiring, struggling with basic functions. Guards reported that he sometimes cried now, seemingly without cause or control. Emotional regulation, the neurologist explained, was often affected by stroke damage. The tears didn't necessarily indicate remorse or sadness in any meaningful sense, just brain structures malfunctioning, producing outputs without corresponding internal experiences. He lingered in this diminished state for 9 months. Survivors received updates through victim notification systems, his stroke, his decline, eventually his transfer to hospice care within the prison. Some felt satisfaction at his suffering. Others felt nothing, had moved so far beyond him that news of his deterioration registered as barely relevant. A few felt something like pity, though they struggled to articulate whether it was for him or for the broken biology that had produced him. Jennifer Rawlings received the call on a Tuesday morning in August 2022. Edward James Adams had died during the night, heart failure accelerated by complications from his stroke. He was 76 years old. His body would be cremated, ashes disposed of according to state protocol since no family claimed them. His existence would be reduced to files in archives, case studies in textbooks, cautionary tales in training programs. She sat with the information for a long time, trying to identify what she felt. Relief, closure, vindication, nothing quite fit. He'd been a fact of her life for 33 years. First as attacker, then as defendant, finally as the monster safely caged. His death didn't erase what he'd done or undo the ripples that spread from his violence. It was simply an ending. Not the ending because survivors carried their stories forward, but an ending nonetheless. She called Teresa, then others from the support group. Some wanted to talk extensively, processing the news through conversation. Others simply acknowledged it and moved on, unwilling to give him any more of their time or energy. There was no consensus on how to feel, no prescribed response to the death of someone who'd fundamentally altered your life's trajectory through violence. The media reached out for comments. Some survivors agreed to speak, offering measured statements about justice, closure, and the ongoing work of healing. Jennifer's quote made headlines: "His death doesn't give me peace. I made peace years ago through hard work and support and refusing to let him have power over my present. His death is just factual. He existed. He caused immense harm. He was held accountable. Now he's gone." The story doesn't end with him. It continues with every survivor who wakes up tomorrow and chooses to keep living. No funeral was held. No memorial service. Adams left nothing behind except damaged people, cautionary lessons, and extensive documentation of how a predator operates when given access and opportunity. His name would appear in textbooks and true crime recountings, but the focus increasingly shifted toward survivors, toward systemic failures, toward prevention rather than sensationalism. The Riverside Apartments, now under its third name change and completely renovated, remained a normal residential complex. New tenants had no idea of its history unless they specifically researched. The horrors that had soaked into those foundations were known only to those who remembered or bothered to look. Detective Kemper marked Adams's death by visiting the cemetery where 3 survivors who died by suicide were buried. She brought flowers, stood in silence, and acknowledged the complicated truth that justice doesn't resurrect the dead or heal all wounds. Some damage is permanent. Some victories are Pyrrhic. The best you can do is witness, remember, and work to prevent future atrocities. Years would continue passing. Survivors would age, some finding peace, others struggling until their own ends. The case would become historical, a data point in studies about serial offenders and institutional failures. New generations would encounter the story and think they understood, not realizing that reading about trauma is infinitely different from living with it carved into your nervous system. But some things persisted. The support group still met, now with second-generation members, children of survivors who'd grown up with trauma's secondhand effects. Advocacy organizations that emerged from that darkness continued their work. Policy changes implemented because of Adams's case saved uncounted potential victims by improving background checks, training programs, and response protocols. Jennifer Rawlings, now in her late 50s, looked back on her life and saw trajectory rather than stasis. The attack had been a devastating rupture, absolutely, but what came after, the fight, the recovery, the advocacy, the purpose discovered in helping others, that wasn't just surviving. That was living deliberately, intentionally, powerfully. "He tried to make me a victim," she said during a conference speech in 2024. "And for a while but I didn't stay there. I became a survivor, then an advocate, then just me. A person whose life includes trauma but isn't defined by it. Every day I wake up and choose how to exist in this world. That's the power he couldn't take. The power to choose my own story's direction." The audience applauded, but Jennifer knew the real victory wasn't in applause or recognition. It was in the ordinary moments. Sleeping through the night without nightmares, trusting a friend with vulnerability, feeling safe in her own home, existing without constant vigilance. Those small, unremarkable moments were the truest measure of reclaimed life. Edward James Adams was gone, reduced to ash and archived documents. But the people he'd tried to destroy, they persisted. They loved, laughed, created, contributed. They raised children and built careers and found joy in unexpected places. They proved that even when monsters are real and darkness is genuine, light finds ways to persist. And perhaps that's the only ending that matters. Not the monster's death, but the survivor's continued living. Not the darkness he spread, but the light others created in response. Not what he took, but what they reclaimed. The sun rose and set. Seasons changed. Life continued its complicated, messy, beautiful, painful march forward. And somewhere in all of it, scattered across the country, Former victims who'd become survivors who'd become simply people with pasts. They woke up each morning and chose to keep going. That was the real victory. That was how they won. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3, The Basement Painter. Some men collect stamps. Others collect coins. Francisco Acevedo collected screams, 23 of them, each one cataloged in his memory like a connoisseur savoring rare wine, each one belonging to a woman who trusted the wrong smile at the wrong moment. They called him the basement painter, though he never touched a brush. The nickname came from what detectives found on his cellar walls. Not art, but something far more disturbing. A calendar of death, scratched into concrete with fingernails that weren't his own. 23 names, 23 dates, 23 women who walked into Francisco Acevedo's orbit and never walked out. This is the story of a predator who turned a quiet Philadelphia neighborhood into his personal hunting ground. A man whose charm was as deadly as his hands, and whose basement became a gallery of horrors that would haunt homicide detectives for the rest of their careers. What you're about to hear isn't just another true crime story. It's a descent into the methodical mind of a killer who perfected his craft over 2 decades, leaving behind evidence so disturbing that seasoned investigators needed therapy after cataloging his collection. The question isn't just how he did it. It's how he did it for so long, hiding in plain sight, while bodies accumulated beneath the floorboards of respectability. Francisco Acevedo understood something fundamental about human nature that most people never grasp. Everyone wants to be seen, really seen. Not the casual glance of a stranger or the distracted attention of a coworker, but the focused, unwavering gaze of someone who makes you feel like you're the only person in the world. He weaponized that hunger. Born in 1968 in a cramped apartment complex outside San Juan, Puerto Rico, Francisco learned early that appearance mattered more than substance. His mother, Elena, worked double shifts at a garment factory, her fingers perpetually stained with dye, her face perpetually etched with exhaustion. His father existed only as a name on a birth certificate and a monthly check that arrived with mechanical regularity but no warmth. Young Francisco became a student of masks, watching how his mother transformed herself each morning, how she painted over the bruises of poverty with makeup and forced smiles, how she made herself palatable to a world that would otherwise ignore her. By age 12, Francisco had perfected his own transformation. He wasn't particularly handsome. His features were too sharp, his eyes too close together, his smile slightly asymmetric. But he learned to arrange those features into expressions that disarmed people. A tilt of the head that suggested empathy, a slight narrowing of the eyes that implied deep listening, a smile that seemed to dawn slowly, as if you alone had earned it. He practiced in mirrors, adjusting the angle of his face, the timing of his reactions, until every expression became a calculated performance. The family relocated to Philadelphia when Francisco turned 16, part of the great Puerto Rican migration seeking better opportunities on the mainland. They settled in North Philadelphia, in a neighborhood where English and Spanish collided on every corner, where the American dream felt simultaneously within reach and impossibly distant. Elena found work in a hospital laundry, and Francisco enrolled in a public school where he immediately understood he was invisible, just another brown-skinned kid in a system designed to process rather than see students. But Francisco refused invisibility. He joined every club that would have him. He volunteered for every committee. He laughed at teachers' jokes and asked thoughtful questions that made them feel wise. Within 6 months, he transformed from anonymous to admired, not through any particular talent, but through sheer, relentless attentiveness. He made people feel important, and they rewarded him with trust. His first kill happened in 1991, though happened suggests spontaneity that didn't exist. Francisco Acevedo planned every moment of Maria Santos's death with the precision of an architect drafting a cathedral. He'd met her at a community center where he volunteered as a translator for recent immigrants. She was 28, newly arrived from the Dominican Republic, working as a seamstress and sending money home to her 3 children. She had sad eyes and work-worn hands, and she reminded Francisco of his mother, which is perhaps why he chose her. He offered to help her find better work, gave her his number, took her to coffee. For 3 months, he courted her trust with the patience of a fisherman playing a line. He learned her schedule, her routines, her fears. He discovered that she lived alone in a basement apartment, that she called her children every Sunday at exactly 6 o'clock, that she dreamed of bringing them to America but feared the immigration system. On a humid August evening, Francisco came to her apartment with papers he claimed would help her legal status. She let him in without hesitation. Why wouldn't she? He'd been nothing but kind, nothing but helpful. The small living space smelled of the arroz con gandos she'd been cooking, the television murmuring in Spanish, the air thick with the promise of rain that wouldn't come. What happened next lasted 47 minutes. Francisco timed it. He didn't use weapons, not the traditional kind. His hands were enough, but more than that, he used her hope against her. He told her what was coming, watched her face cycle through disbelief, terror, denial, and finally, devastating understanding. He wanted her to know, to truly comprehend that the person she trusted had only worn kindness like a costume, that beneath it was something else entirely. The physical act involved a telephone cord, stripped from the wall, wrapped methodically around her throat. But before that, there were cigarette burns, 17 of them, each one placed with surgical precision on areas of her body that would hurt maximally but not kill. He asked her questions about her children as he worked, forcing her to answer through her agony, making her relive her motherhood even as he stole her future. When she finally lost consciousness, he revived her with cold water and started again. This happened 3 times before he allowed her to die. Afterward, Francisco cleaned meticulously. He scrubbed surfaces with bleach, collected every hair, every fiber. He'd brought garbage bags and contractor-grade plastic sheeting, prepared as if for a renovation project rather than murder. He wrapped Maria Santos's body with the care of someone packaging a fragile gift, then waited until 3 in the morning to load her into his van, the same van he used for his legitimate work as a home repair contractor. He drove to the Pine Barrens in New Jersey, a vast wilderness of stunted trees and sandy soil that had swallowed countless secrets over the centuries. He buried her deep, 6 feet down, using a post-hole digger he'd bought with cash from a hardware store 2 counties away. Before covering her completely, he placed a rosary in her hands, not from remorse, but from a sense of ceremony. He was creating something, building something, and every ritual mattered. The police investigation into Maria Santos's disappearance lasted exactly 11 days before being filed away. She was undocumented, friendless except for the co-workers who barely knew her, sending money to a country that felt more real to her than the one she inhabited. When she stopped calling her children, her family in the Dominican Republic assumed she'd simply stopped caring. The American police assumed she'd moved on, fled immigration authorities, vanished into the underground economy where so many others disappeared. No one looked for a body. No one suspected murder. No one knew Francisco Acevedo's name. That invisibility became his greatest asset. He'd discovered something intoxicating. The murder of people who existed on society's margins could be conducted with near impunity. The trick was patience, was selection, was understanding which lives the system valued and which it treated as expendable. Francisco began studying missing persons cases, reading about unsolved disappearances, learning the patterns of neglect. He realized that certain categories of women, undocumented immigrants, sex workers, addicts, the homeless, could vanish without triggering serious investigation. He began assembling what he'd later call his collection criteria. Women between 25 and 40, living alone or in transient circumstances, no close family nearby, employment in cash-based or informal economies, recent arrivals to the area with few established connections, women whose absence would create a question mark rather than an emergency. His second victim came 8 months later. Rosa Delgado, 32, cleaned houses for wealthy families in the suburbs. Francisco met her through his contracting work. She was cleaning a home where he was installing new cabinets. He complimented her work, left her a generous tip, asked if she'd be interested in cleaning his own house for extra money. The script was similar, but refined. He'd learned from Maria Santos's murder, identified small inefficiencies in his method, adjusted his timeline. Rosa lasted 53 minutes. Francisco was improving. He varied his disposal methods, rotating between burial sites in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware. He used different hardware stores for supplies, never visited the same one twice. He paid cash exclusively, never left a credit card trail. He scheduled his killings around his legitimate work, using contracting jobs as cover for his movements. To anyone watching, though no one was, he appeared to be exactly what he claimed. A hardworking small business owner, putting in long hours, driving all over the tri-state area for various renovation projects. By 1995, Francisco had murdered 7 women. Not one case was classified as a homicide. Most were simply missing persons reports that gathered dust in overworked detectives' filing cabinets. The few that received more attention were hampered by jurisdictional issues. Bodies crossed state lines, victims had lived and worked in multiple locations, investigative resources were spread thin across competing priorities. Francisco developed routines, rituals that satisfied some deep psychological need for order within chaos. He kept a notebook, coded and hidden, tracking details he didn't trust to memory. Not names, never names, but numbers, dates, physical characteristics, methods employed, duration of survival, disposal locations. He treated it like a craftsman's logbook, recording techniques that worked and those that needed refinement. His basement became his laboratory, his planning space, his sanctuary. He soundproofed it with materials purchased through legitimate renovations, telling suppliers he was building a music studio. He installed industrial-grade ventilation, heavy-duty locks, eye-bolts in the ceiling joists that could support significant weight. Everything had the appearance of a normal contractor's workspace. Tools organized on pegboards, materials stacked neatly, invoices filed in cabinets, but certain areas held darker purposes. He brought them there, these women who trusted him, always under pretense, a job opportunity, a favor, a business proposition. Once inside, once the heavy door closed and locked, the transformation would happen. The helpful contractor would peel away like dead skin, revealing something ancient and hungry underneath. And in their eyes, Francisco would see the exact moment when understanding replaced hope, that flicker of recognition that they'd made a terrible mistake, that the monster existed, that it wore a human face they'd been taught to trust. This was his favorite moment, more than the violence that followed, more than the final breath leaving their bodies. This moment of realization felt like revelation, like he was teaching them the universe's fundamental truth. Trust is a lie, kindness is a mask, and beneath every smile waits something patient and cruel. By the time the decade ended, Francisco Acevedo had murdered 14 women. He'd perfected his selection process, his approach, his execution, his disposal. He operated with the confidence of someone who'd identified a systemic flaw and exploited it ruthlessly. The system didn't care about these women. The system barely noticed when they disappeared. And Francisco thrived in that neglect, building his collection in the shadows of society's indifference. But systems, even broken ones, contain their own strange wisdom. Patterns eventually emerge. Coincidences accumulate until they become evidence. And somewhere in the bureaucratic machinery of law enforcement, someone was beginning to notice that North Philadelphia had developed an unusual number of missing women. Women who shared surprising similarities. Women who'd last been seen in a surprisingly small geographic area. Women whose disappearances might not be coincidences after all. The hunter was about to discover that he'd left tracks, however faint, and that someone was finally looking down instead of away. Detective Sarah Chan had been working missing persons for 6 years when she noticed something that bothered her like a stone in her shoe. Irritating, persistent, impossible to ignore. She wasn't supposed to be looking for patterns. Missing persons wasn't about patterns. It was about individual cases, discrete tragedies, separate families wondering why their loved ones didn't come home. But Sarah's mind didn't work in discrete categories. It worked in connections, correlations, the invisible threads that tied seemingly unrelated events into coherent narratives. She'd been reviewing case files on a rainy Tuesday in March 2001, working through the backlog that accumulated like sediment in any underfunded, understaffed unit. The Missing Persons Division occupied a cramped corner of the Philadelphia Police Headquarters. 3 detectives splitting duty on hundreds of open cases that ranged from teenage runaways who'd return in a week to elderly dementia patients who'd never be found. Sarah had learned to triage, to identify which cases deserved intensive investigation and which would likely resolve themselves or remain forever unresolved. But something nagged at her. Over the previous 10 years, 47 Hispanic women between the ages of 25 and 40 had been reported missing in North Philadelphia and surrounding areas. Not an unusual number, cities generated disappearances the way storms generated rain, a constant background loss that most people never noticed. But when Sarah mapped these cases, applying filters for occupation, immigration status, and living circumstances, a cluster emerged. 23 women who fit a disturbingly specific profile. Working class, often undocumented, living alone, employed in informal economies, relatively new to the area. 23 women who'd vanished completely, leaving behind apartments with rent paid, clothes in closets, food in refrigerators, as if they'd simply stepped out for cigarettes and forgotten to return. 23 women whose cases had received minimal investigation, cursory follow-up, bureaucratic shrugs. Sarah started pulling files, spreading them across her desk, creating a physical timeline. The first disappearance. Maria Santos, August 1991. The most recent, Carmen Flores, January 2001. A span of nearly 10 years, with disappearances occurring at irregular intervals, sometimes 3 months apart, sometimes 8, never following a predictable schedule. The irregularity itself felt significant, suggesting someone who understood that patterns attracted attention. She began interviewing family members, friends, co-workers of the missing women. Most interviews led nowhere. These were women whose social circles had been small, whose connections to the community were tenuous. But 3 conversations yielded something interesting. 3 different people, describing 3 different missing women, mentioned a helpful contractor who'd done work in their buildings or offered employment opportunities. The descriptions were vague: Hispanic male, maybe 40 years old, friendly, professional, drove a white van, but consistent enough to trigger Sarah's instincts. White vans were ubiquitous in Philadelphia, especially among contractors and tradespeople. Tracking one would be nearly impossible without additional identifying information. But Sarah requested records for contracting permits issued in North Philadelphia over the previous decade, a database search that took weeks and generated thousands of results. She cross-referenced permit addresses with the last known locations of missing women, looking for geographic overlap. And there it was. Francisco Acevedo, owner of Acevedo Home Improvements, had been issued permits for work within a 2-block radius of where 11 of the missing women had last been seen. Not proof, not even close to probable cause, but enough to justify a conversation. Sarah ran his background. Clean record, not even a parking ticket. Business license current, taxes paid. No complaints filed with the Better Business Bureau. He owned a small row house in North Philadelphia, lived alone after his mother's death in 1997, maintained what appeared to be a modest, unremarkable existence. On paper, Francisco Acevedo was precisely the kind of citizen that investigators overlooked. Stable, employed, community-oriented, boring. But Sarah had learned that monsters rarely looked like monsters. They looked like neighbors, like co-workers, like the person who held the door open at the grocery store. She decided to watch him, dedicating off-duty hours to surveillance that technically exceeded her authority but satisfied her growing conviction that Francisco Acevedo was more than he appeared. For 3 weeks, she tracked his patterns. He worked steadily, arriving at job sites punctually, maintaining professional relationships with clients, eating lunch at the same diner most days. His routine was consistent to the point of being rigid: home by 7, lights out by 11, up at 5:30. He attended church on Sundays, always sitting in the same pew, always leaving immediately after service without socializing. He grocery shopped on Wednesdays, always at the same store, always purchasing similar items. Minimal perishables, lots of canned goods, cleaning supplies in quantities that seemed excessive even for someone in the renovation business. The cleaning supplies bothered Sarah. She couldn't articulate exactly why, but something about the industrial quantities of bleach, the heavy-duty plastic sheeting, the rubber gloves purchased in bulk, felt wrong. Contractors used these materials, certainly, but the volume suggested something beyond normal professional use. She began interviewing Francisco's clients, posing as someone checking contractor references for her own renovation project. The responses were uniformly positive: professional, reliable, reasonable prices, quality work. But Sarah noticed something else. Every client was male. Over a decade in business, Francisco Acevedo had apparently never worked for a woman living alone, never took jobs from female-led households, never developed professional relationships with women outside of chance encounters at job sites. This felt significant. A man whose business deliberately avoided half the population might be simply traditional, uncomfortable with female authority, or reflecting cultural norms from his background. Or he might be carefully avoiding situations where women could observe him too closely, could spend extended time in his presence, could potentially identify behaviors that raised alarm. Sarah knew she needed more than suspicion. She needed evidence, leverage, some way to legally justify deeper investigation. She couldn't get a search warrant based on geographic proximity and excessive bleach purchases. She needed probable cause, something concrete that would convince a judge and prosecutor to authorize invasive surveillance or searches of Francisco's property. The break came from an unexpected direction: immigration enforcement. ICE had been conducting sweeps through North Philadelphia, and in their dragnet, they'd picked up a woman named Gloria Rios who'd been working as a house cleaner. During processing, Gloria mentioned that she'd been offered a job by a contractor named Francisco Acevedo but had declined because something about him felt wrong. She couldn't explain the feeling, just that his eyes had looked at her in a way that made her skin crawl, that his smile hadn't reached those eyes, that some primal instinct had screamed at her to refuse his business card and leave quickly. Sarah interviewed Gloria in detention, recorded her statement, added it to her growing file. Still not enough for a warrant, but enough to convince her lieutenant to authorize official surveillance. In May 2001, Sarah and her partner, Detective James Walsh, began round-the-clock monitoring of Francisco Acevedo. They documented his movements, photographed everyone he interacted with, ran background checks on his clients and associates. For 6 weeks, Francisco did absolutely nothing suspicious. He worked, ate, slept, attended church, maintained his routine with mechanical precision. Sarah began doubting herself, wondering if she'd constructed an elaborate theory around coincidence, if she was seeing patterns where only chaos existed. Then, on July 8, 2001, Francisco deviated from his routine. He left work early, telling a client he had a family emergency. But instead of going home, he drove to a diner in South Philadelphia where he met a woman Sarah didn't recognize. The meeting lasted an hour, both of them sitting in a corner booth, Francisco leaning forward with that intense, focused attention Sarah had noticed in her own interview subjects. The look of someone who made you feel seen, important, valuable. Sarah photographed them, ran the woman's license plate, identified her as Teresa Martinez, 34, who cleaned houses for an agency that served the suburbs. Teresa fit the profile perfectly. Single, relatively new to Philadelphia, living alone in a small apartment, existing on the margins of economic security. Over the following week, Francisco and Teresa met 3 more times. Sarah watched him deploy his charm, saw Teresa's body language shift from guarded to open, witnessed the transformation of stranger to trust. And she knew, with the certainty that sometimes comes from years of working in humanity's darkest corners, that she was watching a predator select his next victim. The question became, how to intervene without tipping Francisco off, without spooking him into changing his pattern or, worse, accelerating his timeline. Sarah couldn't arrest him. He hadn't committed any crime she could prove. She couldn't warn Teresa directly. That would reveal the surveillance and potentially drive Francisco underground. Her options were limited, frustrating, inadequate. She made a decision that would later haunt her. She would wait, maintain surveillance, gather evidence, and intervene only if Francisco attempted to isolate Teresa in a location where harm was imminent. It was a calculated risk, betting that she could respond quickly enough to prevent murder while gathering evidence that would ensure conviction. On July 24th, Francisco invited Teresa to his home to discuss a potential business arrangement. He claimed to know families looking for a reliable, trustworthy cleaner and wanted to interview her properly. Sarah and Walsh followed at a discreet distance, prepared for rapid response. They parked 2 blocks from Francisco's row house, maintaining visual contact through binoculars, ready to move immediately if the situation deteriorated. They watched Teresa enter the house at 7:45 in the evening, watched the door close behind her, watched lights turn on in the front room, and then nothing. Francisco didn't follow his usual routine of visible activity. No movement past windows, no lights changing rooms, nothing to indicate normal human behavior. At 8:15, Sarah decided to approach, to manufacture some pretext for knocking on Francisco's door, to interrupt whatever was happening inside. But before she could exit the surveillance vehicle, Teresa emerged from the house, waving goodbye, walking to her car with apparently normal body language. No signs of distress, no indication anything was wrong. Sarah and Walsh were confused. They'd been so certain, so convinced that this was the moment Francisco would strike. But Teresa drove away unharmed, and Francisco's house lights continued their evening pattern. Living room until 9, bedroom until 11, darkness. They maintained surveillance through the night, watching for any sign that Francisco might leave to pursue Teresa or dispose of evidence. But he simply slept, woke at his normal time, went to work as usual. Sarah began to second-guess everything, to wonder if her entire theory was constructed from coincidence and bias, if she'd been seeing a monster where only an ordinary man existed. The call came at 2:30 the following afternoon. Teresa Martinez had failed to show up for 3 scheduled cleanings, wasn't answering her phone, wasn't at her apartment. Her employer, concerned about the lost business, had asked the landlord to check on her. The apartment was empty, untouched. Teresa's car sat in its designated spot. Her purse and phone were on the kitchen counter. Her clothes hung in the closet. She'd simply vanished, as completely as if she'd never existed. Sarah knew immediately what had happened. Sometime during that visit to Francisco's house, something had occurred that they hadn't witnessed. Perhaps he'd convinced Teresa to return later. Perhaps he'd drugged her and she'd walked to her car in a compromised state. Perhaps he'd followed her home afterward. However it happened, Francisco Acevedo had taken Teresa Martinez, and Sarah's surveillance had failed to prevent it. The guilt was crushing, the professional failure devastating. But beneath the self-recrimination was a cold, hard certainty. Francisco Acevedo was the killer she'd been hunting, and now she had justification for obtaining warrants, conducting searches, tearing apart his life until she found the evidence that would prove he was responsible for Teresa's disappearance and, she suspected, the disappearances of at least 22 other women. Sarah drafted warrant applications working through the night, assembling every piece of circumstantial evidence into a narrative compelling enough to convince a judge. The geographic patterns, the witness statements, the excessive cleaning supplies, the deviation from routine immediately preceding Teresa's disappearance. Individually, these were weak, but collectively they painted a picture of probable cause. Judge Martha Harrison signed the search warrant at 8 o'clock the following morning. By 9, Sarah and a team of forensic specialists and uniformed officers were standing on Francisco Acevedo's doorstep, preparing to enter what they hoped would finally yield answers to a decade of disappearances. What they found inside would exceed their worst imaginings and provide evidence of a killing spree that had operated with impunity for years, hidden in plain sight, protected by society's willingness to overlook the vulnerable and marginalized. Francisco Acevedo's house was about to give up its secrets, and those secrets would rewrite everything the Philadelphia Police Department thought they understood about serial murder in their city. The row house looked like any other on the block. Red brick worn smooth by decades of weather, concrete steps slightly cracked, windows covered with unremarkable curtains. Nothing about the exterior suggested horror. That was the point. Sarah understood as she stood on the sidewalk holding the signed warrant. Francisco Acevedo had spent years constructing normalcy, building a facade of ordinariness so complete that even neighbors interviewed later would describe him as quiet, polite, never any trouble. The monster had hidden behind beige. Francisco wasn't home when they arrived, He was at a job site 40 minutes away, installing kitchen cabinets for a couple in the suburbs. 2 uniformed officers had been dispatched to detain him there, to keep him away from the house while forensic specialists did their work. Sarah wanted him separated from his sanctuary, unable to influence or contaminate whatever evidence lay waiting inside those walls. The front door required a battering ram despite its unassuming appearance. Francisco had reinforced it, Sarah discovered, steel-core, commercial-grade deadbolts, the kind of security that seemed excessive for a working-class neighborhood with moderate crime rates. The door frame splintered on the third impact, with shrieking as metal tore free, and they entered Francisco Aceveto's carefully constructed world. The main floor was immaculate. Furniture arranged with geometric precision, magazines on the coffee table squared perfectly, kitchen surfaces gleaming as if perpetually disinfected. The air smelled of bleach and something else, a chemical undertone Sarah couldn't immediately identify, but that made her nostrils burn slightly. Everything was clean to the point of sterility, organized to the point of obsession. No dust collected in corners, no clutter accumulated on counters, no evidence of normal human living existed in these rooms. Forensic specialist Maria Rodriguez photographed each room methodically before anyone touched anything. They were looking for evidence of Teresa Martinez specifically, but also for anything that might connect Francisco to the other missing women. Blood, hair, fibers, documents, photographs. Anything that would prove he'd had contact with victims or that violence had occurred in this space. The main floor yielded little initially. No obvious signs of struggle, no biological evidence visible under alternate light sources, no personal effects belonging to anyone but Francisco. His bedroom was monastic, single bed made with hospital corners, 1 pillow, minimal clothing in the closet, no decorations except a crucifix on one wall. The bathroom contained toiletries arranged by size, towels folded precisely, cleaning products stored under the sink in quantities that seemed more appropriate for a janitorial supply company than personal use. The basement door was in the kitchen, behind what appeared to be a pantry. Sarah almost missed it. The door was painted the same color as the surrounding wall, its handle recessed and subtle. But once she recognized it as a door rather than a cabinet, she noticed the locks. 3 of them commercial grade, requiring keys rather than simple latches. "We need a locksmith," she called out, but one of the uniformed officers had already radioed for one. While they waited, Sarah pressed her ear against the door, listening for any sound from below, ventilation, movement, anything that might indicate someone was being held down there. Silence. Heavy, absolute silence that felt less like emptiness and more like held breath. The locksmith arrived within 20 minutes, working carefully to preserve evidence while opening each lock. The third one proved stubborn, requiring nearly 15 minutes of careful manipulation before the bolt finally slid free. Sarah felt her heart accelerating as the door swung inward, revealing wooden steps descending into darkness. Someone flipped a light switch, illuminating the stairway with fluorescent brightness that somehow made the descent more ominous rather than less. Sarah went first, hand on her service weapon, though she didn't truly expect Francisco to be hiding down there. He was 40 minutes away, being questioned by officers who'd been told to hold him as long as legally possible without formal arrest. The basement was larger than the house's footprint suggested, extending beyond the foundation in ways that spoke of unpermitted excavation. The ceiling was low, maybe 6.5 feet, forcing taller officers to duck slightly. The concrete floor had been sealed and painted, dark gray, unmarked. The walls were exposed brick, except for one section that had been covered with soundproofing material, the kind used in music studios or home theaters. Foam panels arranged in a pattern designed to absorb sound completely. And there, on the soundproofed wall, was what would become known as Francisco's calendar. Someone had scratched into the brick behind the foam panels, carefully removed by Francisco at some point, then replaced, a list of names and dates. 23 names, 23 dates. Each entry was precise, carved with something sharp and methodical, the letters formed with almost calligraphic care. Maria Santos, August 14th, 1991, Rosa Delgado. April 22nd, 1992, Carmen Ortiz. November 8th, 1992. The list continued, chronological, meticulous, ending with Teresa Martinez, July 24, 2001. Sarah felt her stomach twist. This was confirmation, documentation, a confession carved in brick. Francisco Acevedo had kept a trophy wall, recording his kills with the precision of an accountant balancing ledgers. But the list itself wasn't the most disturbing element of the basement. The space had been divided into sections, each serving a specific purpose in Francisco's ritual. The first area, near the stairs, contained tools, not construction tools, though those were present, but implements whose purposes became horrifyingly clear upon examination. Pliers, needles, electrical equipment modified in ways that suggested torture rather than repair work. Everything was organized, labeled, maintained with the care of surgical instruments. The second section held restraints. A chair bolted to the floor, industrial strength, with attachment points on the arms and legs. Chains hanging from ceiling joists, each ending in shackles that showed where patterns, scratches, dents, places where metal had rubbed against metal repeatedly. The concrete near the chair was stained, and luminol testing would later reveal blood spatter in quantities that spoke of prolonged, systematic violence. The third section was storage. Metal shelving units lined one wall, holding plastic bins labeled with codes rather than names: FMA1, RDA2, COR3, a system that forensic analysts would later decipher as referencing Francisco's victims by their initials and position in his sequence. Inside the bins were items that had belonged to the missing women: jewelry, identification documents, clothing, personal effects that families had never recovered because no one had known to search for them here. But the fourth section was what would haunt Sarah Chun for the rest of her career. Against the far wall, Francisco had constructed what appeared to be a workshop, but its purpose wasn't carpentry or metalwork. Here were the tools of disposal: a large chest freezer, contractor-grade plastic sheeting stacked neatly on shelves, industrial zip ties, bone saws still stained despite obvious cleaning attempts, containers of chemicals used to accelerate decomposition. And next to these, notebooks, dozens of them, filled with Francisco's meticulous handwriting, documenting each kill in disturbing detail. Sarah opened one notebook at random, her hands shaking despite years of training designed to create professional detachment. Subject 11 demonstrated remarkable resistance to initial physical persuasion. Required extended preliminary phase to achieve desired psychological dissolution. Duration: 4 hours, 17 minutes before progression to terminal phase. Noted, vocalization patterns changed significantly after removal of hope mechanism. Disposal: New Jersey site, coordinates recorded separately. Personal effects retained, gold chain, religious medallion. Total elapsed time: 8 hours, 43 minutes. Refinements for next session: reduce preliminary phase, increase environmental isolation, modify restraint positioning to prevent excessive struggle damage. The clinical language, the detached tone, the reference to human suffering as preliminary phase and psychological dissolution. It was clear Francisco Acevedo viewed his killings not as crimes of passion or necessity, but as a craft he was perpetually refining, improving, perfecting. Maria Rodriguez began documenting everything, photographing each notebook page, each item in the storage bins, each tool and restraint and stain. The process would take days, generating thousands of evidence photographs that would later be used to construct a timeline of Francisco's decade-long killing spree. In one corner, Sarah found what appeared to be a shrine. Photographs of the victims, not the official missing persons photos families had provided to police, but candid shots Francisco had taken himself, some clearly taken without the subject's knowledge. Surveillance photos showing women at work, at home, going about daily routines, unaware they were being studied, selected, stalked. And interspersed among these were post-mortem photographs, victims arranged in poses that suggested Francisco viewed death as a form of art, something to be captured and preserved. Sarah felt rage building beneath her professional composure. These were women whose disappearances had been treated as low-priority cases, whose families had been told that adults had the right to vanish if they chose, whose lives the system had valued so little that minimal investigative resources had been allocated to finding them. And all along, they'd been here, reduced to entries in notebooks, items in storage bins, photographs in a killer's collection. The search of the basement took 14 hours, working in shifts, team members rotating out when the psychological weight of what they were witnessing became too heavy. They found biological evidence that would later be matched through DNA to 7 of the missing women: hair, blood, tissue, proving beyond any doubt that these women had been in Francisco's basement and had suffered violence there. They found Teresa Martinez's purse, hidden in a space between floor joists. They found her identification, her phone, her car keys, but they didn't find Teresa Martinez herself. Francisco had worked quickly after her disappearance, Sarah realized. Less than 24 hours had passed. Not enough time for him to complete his ritual fully, but enough time for him to remove her body to whatever disposal site he'd selected. Upstairs, officers searching the rest of the house found additional evidence. Maps with locations marked in code that would later correspond to burial sites in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware. Financial records showing purchases of property in rural areas under variations of Francisco's name. Receipts for equipment and supplies that matched items found in the basement. Everything documented, everything preserved, because Francisco Acevedo apparently believed he'd never be caught, that his methods were sufficiently careful, his victim selection sufficiently strategic, that he could operate indefinitely. By the time the search concluded, Sarah had assembled enough evidence to charge Francisco Acevedo with 23 counts of first-degree murder, multiple counts of kidnapping, and various other charges that would ensure, if convicted, he'd never leave prison alive. But convictions required bodies, required physical evidence linking Francisco to actual deaths rather than just disappearances. The search for burial sites began immediately, using Francisco's coded maps and notebooks to identify potential locations. Forensic anthropologists, cadaver dogs, ground-penetrating radar, and teams of investigators fanned out across 3 states, looking for what Francisco had hidden so carefully over the previous decade. The first body was located within 48 hours. In a wooded area near the Pine Barrens, cadaver dogs alerted to a location that matched coordinates from Francisco's records. Excavation revealed remains buried 6 feet deep, wrapped in plastic sheeting that had partially degraded over years of exposure to soil and moisture. The body was severely decomposed, but dental records would eventually confirm identity. Maria Santos, Francisco's first victim, exactly where his meticulous notes said she would be. Over the following 3 months, investigators recovered 17 bodies from locations across New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware. Each burial site reflected Francisco's careful planning. Remote areas with low foot traffic, soil conditions that accelerated decomposition, depths that prevented accidental discovery by animals or erosion. He'd rotated locations, never using the same site twice, understanding that patterns of disposal could be as incriminating as patterns of selection. 6 women remained unrecovered. Francisco's notebooks referenced alternative disposal methods. For these cases, incineration, dissolution in chemicals, submersion in bodies of water, methods that left no remains to be found. These women existed now only as names on Francisco's wall, entries in his ledgers, photographs in his collection. Their families would never have bodies to bury, never have closure beyond the terrible knowledge that their loved ones had suffered and died at Francisco Acevedo's hands. Teresa Martinez was found in a shallow grave in rural Pennsylvania, less than 2 miles from a property Francisco had purchased using his mother's maiden name. The grave was fresh, the body relatively well preserved, and the autopsy findings would later reveal the full horror of what Francisco had done to her in his basement before killing her. Multiple bone fractures, burns, lacerations, signs of prolonged torture that had lasted hours. The medical examiner's report was so disturbing that portions of it were sealed to protect the dignity of Teresa's family and spare the jury unnecessary trauma during trial. The evidence was overwhelming, damning, sufficient to convict Francisco Acevedo 100 times over. But Sarah wanted more than conviction. She wanted understanding. She wanted to know why, not because why would excuse anything, but because comprehending the psychology behind such systematic predation might help prevent future cases, might help investigators recognize warning signs earlier, might save lives. Francisco, held without bail in a maximum security facility, initially refused to speak to anyone. He maintained absolute silence, exercising his constitutional right to remain silent, communicating only through his court-appointed attorney. But after 3 weeks of isolation, facing the reality that he would die in prison regardless of what he said or didn't say, Francisco requested a meeting with Detective Chun. Sarah prepared carefully for the interview, reviewing everything she'd learned about Francisco, consulting with forensic psychologists about interview strategies, understanding that this might be her only opportunity to get direct insight into how he'd operated for so long without detection. She went into that interview room knowing she was about to sit across from a man who'd tortured and killed 23 women, knowing she'd have to maintain professional composure while asking him to describe acts that violated every moral boundary. Francisco looked smaller in person than he had in surveillance photographs. Prison had diminished him somehow, or perhaps without the mask of charm he'd worn for so long. His essential emptiness became visible. He sat with perfect posture, hands folded on the metal table, expression neutral. When he spoke, his voice was soft, carefully modulated, still trying to control how he was perceived even in circumstances where perception no longer mattered. "You want to know why," he said. "Not a question, a statement." "I want to understand," Sarah replied, keeping her tone professional, non-judgmental. "Help me understand." Francisco smiled slightly, and Sarah saw a flicker of the charm he'd weaponized for so long. "Everyone wants to understand monsters, Detective Chun. It makes them feel safe, like monsters can be categorized, predicted, controlled. But understanding won't help you. I'm not complicated. I did what I did because I enjoyed it, because taking everything from someone, their hope, their dignity, their life, made me feel powerful in a world that otherwise made me feel invisible." "Why these women specifically?" Sarah asked. "Why women who were marginalized, vulnerable?" "Because they were available," Francisco answered with disturbing candor. "Because the system didn't care about them, which meant I could operate without scrutiny. I'm not stupid, detective. I understood that some lives matter more than others in this society. I simply exploited that reality. If I'd targeted suburban housewives or college students, you would have found me years ago. But immigrant women working cash jobs? Women without papers, without family nearby, without advocates. They could disappear and the world barely noticed." The casual cruelty of that assessment, the cold strategic thinking behind his victim selection, confirmed what Sarah had suspected. Francisco Acevedo wasn't a disorganized killer driven by uncontrollable impulses. He was methodical, calculating, patient. He'd studied the system and found its weaknesses, then exploited those weaknesses with the precision of someone solving a complex problem. "Tell me about Maria Santos," Sarah said. "Your first victim. What made you decide to kill her?" Francisco's expression shifted slightly, something almost like nostalgia crossing his features. "Maria reminded me of my mother. Hardworking, tired, trying to build something better. I wanted to see if I could do it, if I could take a life and get away with it. And I did. It was surprisingly easy, Detective Chin. That's what you need to understand. It wasn't difficult. Society had already decided Maria didn't matter enough to invest resources in finding her. I just recognized that truth and acted on it." They talked for 3 hours, Francisco describing his methods with the detached tone of someone discussing woodworking techniques rather than torture and murder. He explained how he'd soundproofed his basement, how he'd chosen burial locations, how he'd disposed of evidence. He walked Sarah through his selection process, his approach strategies, his techniques for building trust before betraying it. And when Sarah asked about remorse, about whether he felt anything for the women he'd killed, Francisco looked at her with genuine confusion, as if she'd asked whether he felt remorse for throwing away trash. "They were already discarded, detective. Society had already decided they were disposable. I just completed the process." That was the moment Sarah understood something fundamental about Francisco Acevedo. He'd internalized society's systemic devaluation of certain lives and weaponized it. He wasn't an aberration separate from social structures. He was a product of those structures, someone who'd recognized which lives the system protected and which it neglected, then built his predation around that recognition. The interview ended when Francisco's attorney intervened, concerned that his client was providing too much detail, too much evidence, But by then, Sarah had what she needed: a comprehensive understanding of how Francisco had operated, confirmation of facts that would strengthen the prosecution's case, an insight into the psychology of a predator who'd hidden in plain sight for a decade. The notebooks Francisco kept would become crucial trial evidence, documenting each murder in his own handwriting, providing prosecutors with a paper trail that eliminated any possibility of reasonable doubt. Defense attorneys would argue that the notebooks were fiction, creative writing rather than confession, but forensic evidence corroborating the details Francisco had recorded made that argument untenable. The trial, when it finally began in March 2003, lasted 7 weeks. Prosecutors presented a mountain of evidence: the notebooks, the photographs, the biological evidence, the recovered bodies, the testimony of forensic specialists, the coded maps, the tools found in Francisco's basement. Each piece built on the others, constructing an irrefutable narrative of systematic predation spanning 10 years. Defense attorneys argued that Francisco suffered from mental illness, that he couldn't appreciate the wrongfulness of his actions, that diminished capacity should mitigate his culpability. But Francisco's meticulous planning, his careful victim selection, his strategic disposal methods, his years of successfully evading detection, all of this demonstrated clear understanding of right and wrong, of legal and illegal, of consequences and how to avoid them. The jury deliberated for less than 6 hours before returning guilty verdicts on all 23 counts of first-degree murder. At sentencing, Judge Harrison imposed 23 consecutive life sentences without possibility of parole, ensuring Francisco Acevedo would die in prison, that he would never again have the opportunity to harm anyone. But the case's conclusion didn't bring closure, only a different kind of pain. 23 families had lost mothers, daughters, sisters, aunts. 23 women had suffered unimaginable horror in Francisco's basement before dying alone, afraid, knowing no one was coming to save them. And society had to confront its complicity, the systemic indifference that had allowed Francisco to operate with impunity because his victims occupied margins that law enforcement and media consistently overlooked. Sarah Chun received commendations for her work, was promoted to lieutenant, became a sought-after speaker on recognizing patterns in serial predation. But she never forgot those 23 names, never stopped thinking about the years they'd remained missing while Francisco continued killing, never fully forgave herself for the surveillance lapse that had allowed Teresa Martinez to become victim 23 instead of the case that stopped Francisco before he could kill again. The basement on Francisco Street was eventually demolished, the row house torn down, the lot left vacant. Neighbors didn't want to live next to the space where such horror had occurred, and the property became a wound in the urban landscape, a reminder of what had hidden behind ordinary walls, beneath ordinary floors, in the ordinary-seeming life of an ordinary-seeming man. The Francisco Acevedo case forced a reckoning within the Philadelphia Police Department and beyond, exposing systemic failures that had allowed a serial killer to operate for a decade while victims' families begged for investigations that never came. Internal reviews revealed that multiple missing persons reports had been filed, that family members had insisted their loved ones wouldn't simply disappear, that warning signs had been present and ignored because the missing women fit profiles that investigators unconsciously categorized as low priority. Captain Robert Martinez, who oversaw the missing persons division during most of Francisco's active period, found himself defending decisions made years earlier, explaining why certain cases received minimal resources while others received intensive investigation. The explanations revealed uncomfortable truths about how law enforcement allocates attention. Documented immigrants received more investigative effort than undocumented ones. Women with stable employment received more resources than those working informally. Cases with articulate English-speaking family advocates received priority over those where language barriers complicated communication. These weren't official policies. No manual instructed detectives to value some lives over others. But informal practices, resource constraints, and unconscious biases created a de facto hierarchy of victimhood that Francisco Acevedo had studied and exploited. He'd recognized that the system contained gaps large enough to hide bodies in, and he'd operated within those gaps with the confidence of someone who understood the game's rules better than those supposedly enforcing them. The department implemented reforms, standardized protocols for missing persons investigations, enhanced training on implicit bias, dedicated resources for cases involving vulnerable populations, improved coordination across jurisdictions. But reforms couldn't resurrect the dead or restore the years that families had spent searching, hoping, wondering what had happened to women who'd been murdered and buried while detectives filed their cases under voluntary disappearance and moved on to other priorities. Media coverage of the case sparked national conversations about society's treatment of marginalized communities, about whose lives mattered enough to mobilize institutional resources, about the vulnerability of undocumented immigrants who feared reporting crimes or seeking help because interaction with authorities might lead to deportation. Francisco had weaponized those fears, had selected victims who couldn't or wouldn't seek police assistance, who existed in shadows that made them invisible until they disappeared completely. Immigrant advocacy organizations demanded reforms to ensure that immigration status wouldn't prevent crime victims from seeking help. Policies were implemented allowing undocumented witnesses and victims to interact with police without fear of immigration consequences. U-visas were created to provide temporary legal status for crime victims cooperating with investigations. But these changes came too late for Maria Santos, Rosa Delgado, Carmen Ortiz, and the 20 other women whose immigration status had made them targets. The families of Francisco's victims struggled with grief complicated by guilt, by the knowledge that their loved ones had died horribly while they believed those loved ones had simply stopped calling, had moved on, had forgotten them. Maria Santos's children in the Dominican Republic learned that their mother hadn't abandoned them. She'd been murdered shortly after they'd last spoken. That knowledge brought closure, but also devastating questions. Could something have been done differently? Could she have been saved? Why had no one looked harder for her? Rosa Delgado's sister in Puerto Rico had filed a missing persons report with Philadelphia police in 1992, had called repeatedly asking for updates, had been told each time that her sister was an adult who'd likely moved for work opportunities, that there was no evidence of foul play, that limited resources prevented extensive investigation of cases where adults voluntarily disappeared. Those reassurances, intended to manage expectations, had actually enabled Francisco to continue killing, had communicated that certain disappearances wouldn't trigger serious investigation. Teresa Martinez's family in Honduras learned of her death through news coverage of Francisco's arrest. They'd been expecting her regular Sunday call, had been worried when it didn't come, had been trying to reach her through friends and her employer. The knowledge that she'd been tortured and murdered while they'd been calling her unanswered phone added a layer of horror to their grief. They sued the Philadelphia Police Department, arguing that surveillance failures had allowed Teresa's death despite detectives knowing she was at risk. The lawsuit was eventually dismissed. Courts ruled that police had no legal duty to prevent crimes that hadn't yet occurred, but it highlighted the agonizing near miss, the fact that Teresa might have been saved if surveillance had been more comprehensive, if intervention had come hours earlier. Forensic psychologists studied the Francisco Acevedo case extensively, trying to understand how someone could torture and kill 23 people while maintaining the appearance of normalcy. Dr. Patricia Reynolds, who interviewed Francisco multiple times after his conviction, described him as exhibiting characteristics of antisocial personality disorder combined with sadistic tendencies. He lacked empathy, viewed others as objects existing for his use, derived pleasure from inflicting suffering, and felt no genuine remorse for his actions. But Dr. Reynolds cautioned against viewing Francisco as simply a monster separate from society. His victim selection revealed sophisticated understanding of social hierarchies, institutional priorities, and systemic vulnerabilities. He'd recognized that immigrant women working in formal jobs existed in spaces where disappearances triggered minimal investigation, and he'd built his predation around that recognition. In that sense, Francisco's crimes reflected and exploited existing social failures rather than existing entirely apart from them. The question of how Francisco maintained emotional normalcy while committing such acts yielded disturbing answers. He compartmentalized effectively, treating his killings as a hobby separate from his professional life, returning from torture sessions to install kitchen cabinets the next day without visible emotional disruption. Co-workers and clients interviewed after his arrest uniformly described him as pleasant, reliable, unremarkable. Exactly the persona he'd carefully constructed to hide what he was. His ability to build trust, to make victims comfortable before betraying them, spoke to sophisticated understanding of social dynamics. Francisco had studied what made people feel safe, what made them lower their guard, what signals communicated trustworthiness. Then he deployed those signals deliberately, weaponizing social expectations and cultural norms about politeness and giving people the benefit of the doubt. The notebooks Francisco kept provided unprecedented insight into a serial killer's evolving methodology. Early entries showed uncertainty, experimentation, learning curves. Later entries demonstrated increasing confidence, refinement of techniques, systematic improvement. He treated murder as a craft requiring practice and skill development, approaching it with the same attention to detail he brought to his legitimate contracting work. Reading those notebooks was psychologically devastating for investigators involved in the case. Multiple officers required counseling after exposure to Francisco's documentation of torture, his clinical descriptions of victim suffering, his analysis of which methods produced desired results. The notebooks revealed a level of sadism and premeditation that exceeded what even experienced homicide detectives typically encountered. Francisco's calendar wall, the names and dates scratched into brick in his basement, became a symbol of the case, reproduced in news coverage and true crime documentaries. Survivors' advocates pointed to it as evidence of how killers can operate extensively before detection, how patterns only become visible in retrospect, how systems fail vulnerable populations repeatedly before someone finally connects the dots. Sarah Chin appeared on national news programs discussing the case, emphasizing the importance of taking all missing persons reports seriously regardless of the victim's demographics or circumstances. She advocated for better resources for missing persons investigations, for training that addressed implicit bias, for protocols ensuring that disappearances of marginalized individuals received the same investigative priority as disappearances of more privileged individuals. But privately, Sarah struggled with what she'd seen in Francisco's basement, with reading his notebooks, with interviewing him and hearing him describe torture and murder in the tone someone might use to discuss car maintenance. She developed symptoms of post-traumatic stress, nightmares, hypervigilance, intrusive thoughts about the victims and what they'd endured. She eventually sought therapy, joining the growing number of investigators acknowledging that exposure to extreme violence created psychological wounds requiring professional treatment. The case changed how Sarah approached her work. She became more attuned to patterns, more willing to trust instincts when something felt wrong, more aggressive about pushing for resources and warrants when evidence suggested serious crimes. She also became more aware of her own biases, more conscious of how demographic characteristics might unconsciously influence investigative decisions, more deliberate about ensuring that all victims received equal attention regardless of their backgrounds. Other jurisdictions reviewed their own unsolved disappearances, looking for similar patterns that might indicate undetected serial predation. Several cold cases were reopened, some eventually solved, others remaining mysteries but receiving renewed investigative attention. The Francisco Acevedo case demonstrated that serial killers could operate successfully for years if they selected victims carefully and exploited systemic blind spots. A disturbing lesson that forced law enforcement to reconsider assumptions about detection and prevention. In prison, Francisco adapted to his new environment with the same methodical approach he'd brought to his crimes. He followed rules, avoided conflicts, maintained low profile. Prison psychologists noted his complete lack of emotional distress about his convictions. He accepted his life sentences with equanimity, expressing neither remorse for his victims nor anger at his capture. He simply existed, participating minimally in required activities, spending most of his time reading, maintaining the same rigid routines he'd followed in freedom. He refused all media requests for interviews, declined opportunities to participate in research studies, avoided any actions that would bring attention. The man who'd kept such meticulous records of his crimes apparently had no interest in public discussion of those crimes once they'd been discovered. Some psychologists interpreted this as strategy, maintaining mystery and control by refusing to satisfy public curiosity. Others suggested Francisco simply had nothing more to say, that without the ability to kill, he'd lost interest in performance. In 2008, Francisco was assaulted by another inmate who'd learned details of his crimes and decided to impose unofficial justice. The attack left Francisco with permanent injuries, fractured skull, vision damage, mobility impairment. He spent 2 months in the prison hospital before being transferred to a medical facility designed for prisoners requiring ongoing care. He never fully recovered, spending his remaining years in a wheelchair, his health deteriorating steadily. The families of Francisco's victims reacted differently to news of his assault. Some felt satisfaction that he'd experienced violence and pain, that he'd gotten a taste of what he'd inflicted on others. Others felt nothing. Francisco's suffering couldn't restore their loved ones or undo the horror those women had experienced. And some felt troubled by their own reactions, uncomfortable with finding satisfaction in anyone's pain regardless of what that person had done. Francisco Acevedo died in prison on November 3, 2019, at age 51, from complications related to his assault injuries and general health decline. His death certificate listed the cause as infection resulting from bed sores and inadequate mobility. He'd served 18 years of his consecutive life sentences, which meant he'd spent more years in prison than he'd spent actively killing, but far fewer years than the collective lifespans he'd stolen from his victims. His death received minimal media coverage, a few paragraphs in local newspapers, brief mentions on true crime websites, nothing approaching the extensive attention his trial had received. In death, as in life before his capture, Francisco Acevedo existed on society's periphery, notable only for the damage he'd done rather than for any inherent significance. His body went unclaimed. No family members requested it. No one wanted to bury the man who'd tortured and killed 23 women. He was eventually cremated at state expense, his ashes disposed of according to standard procedures for unclaimed remains. No grave marker bears his name, no memorial records his existence. He'd wanted to be remembered through his crimes, through the careful documentation in his notebooks and the calendar on his wall. Instead, he's forgotten except as a cautionary tale, a case study, an example of how predators exploit systemic failures. The row house where Francisco had lived and killed was never rebuilt. The vacant lot remains, periodically discussed as a potential site for a memorial to his victims, but never developed because no one wants the responsibility of maintaining such a space, of ensuring it honors rather than sensationalizes. Neighborhood residents walk past it daily, most unaware of the specific history, knowing only that something bad happened there once, that the empty space carries weight somehow. 23 families still carry the weight of Francisco's crimes. They formed a support network, connecting across geographic and linguistic barriers to share grief and coping strategies. Annual memorials are held, not at the vacant lot where Francisco lived, but at locations families choose: parks, churches, community centers, spaces associated with life and community rather than with death and isolation. Maria Santos's children, now adults with children of their own, have traveled to Philadelphia to see where their mother died, to walk the streets she walked, to try to understand what happened to the woman who sent them money every month until suddenly the money stopped. The understanding they've gained hasn't brought peace, exactly, but it's allowed them to mourn fully, to acknowledge that their mother didn't abandon them, that she loved them until a predator ended her life. Rosa Delgado's sister organized advocacy efforts to improve missing persons investigations, working with immigrant rights organizations to ensure that language barriers and immigration status don't prevent families from accessing law enforcement assistance. Her advocacy has influenced policy changes in multiple cities, creating protocols specifically designed to address challenges immigrant families face when loved ones disappear. Teresa Martinez's family in Honduras receives compensation from a victim services fund, money that cannot replace what they lost, but that acknowledges, officially and financially, that Teresa's murder was a systemic failure as much as an individual crime, that institutions designed to protect people had failed to protect her despite knowing she was at risk. The 23 women Francisco Acevedo murdered existed beyond their victimhood. They were mothers, daughters, sisters, friends. They worked hard, sent money home, built lives in a country that promised opportunity but often delivered only exploitation. They trusted someone who shouldn't have been trusted, but that trust reflected normal human behavior rather than poor judgment. Francisco had engineered situations designed to appear safe, had deployed social signals specifically chosen to lower defenses. Their stories matter not because of how they died, but because of how they lived. With courage, with determination, with hope for futures that Francisco Acevedo stole. Remembering them means acknowledging their humanity, their individuality, their significance beyond the violence that ended their lives. It means recognizing that they deserved investigations when they disappeared, that their lives mattered enough to mobilize resources and attention, that systems should protect the vulnerable rather than enable predators who exploit vulnerability. The Francisco Acevedo case remains required study for law enforcement professionals, a textbook example of how serial predators can operate extensively when they understand systemic weaknesses. It's taught in criminal justice programs, analyzed in forensic psychology courses, discussed in missing persons investigation training. The lessons aren't just about catching killers, they're about building systems that value all lives equally, that allocate resources based on need rather than on demographic characteristics, that recognize vulnerability as a reason to increase rather than decrease institutional support. Sarah Chun, now retired from the Philadelphia Police Department, still thinks about the case daily. She keeps photographs of the 23 victims in her office. Not crime scene photos, but images that show them living, smiling, existing as whole people rather than as entries in Francisco's ledgers. She looks at those photographs and remembers why the work matters, why patterns matter, why every disappearance deserves serious investigation regardless of who's disappeared. On quiet nights, when sleep won't come, Sarah sometimes thinks about the surveillance moment when Teresa Martinez walked out of Francisco's house apparently unharmed, when Sarah and her partner had second-guessed themselves, had convinced themselves they were wrong about Francisco. That moment haunts her, the knowledge that Teresa lived for hours after that surveillance lapse, that intervention might have saved her if only they'd acted on instinct rather than waiting for evidence. But Sarah also knows that guilt, however justified, doesn't serve the living or honor the dead. The work is what matters, building better systems, training better investigators, advocating for better policies, ensuring that future Francisco Acevedos get caught earlier, that future victims get the investigations they deserve, that marginalized communities receive the protection that citizenship and privilege shouldn't be prerequisites for accessing. The 23 names scratched into Francisco's basement wall have been transcribed, preserved as evidence, remembered by people who never knew those women in life but who honor them in death. Those names represent more than victims. They represent failures, lessons, imperatives for change. They demand that society acknowledge how systemic indifference enables predation, how hierarchies of worth create hunting grounds for killers, how justice deferred is often justice denied. Maria Santos, Rosa Delgado, Carmen Ortiz, and 20 others whose names deserve to be spoken, remembered, honored. They lived, they mattered, they died horribly at the hands of a predator whose society's failures allowed to hunt freely for a decade. Their stories don't end with their deaths. They continue in reforms implemented, policies changed, investigations reopened, systems improved. They continue in advocacy work, in survivor support networks, in the determination that their deaths will mean something beyond the horror of how they occurred. This is their legacy. Not the violence that ended them, but the changes their deaths demanded, the conversations their murders forced, the reckonings their disappearances eventually provoked. Francisco Acevedo is gone, his notebooks sealed in evidence rooms, his house demolished, his name fading. But the women he killed remain present, their memories kept alive by families who loved them, communities that claimed them, advocates who ensure they're counted, remembered, honored as the full human beings they were before a predator reduced them to entries in his death ledger. Their lives mattered. Their deaths demand accountability. Their memories require that we do better, be better, build systems that protect rather than fail, that see rather than overlook, that value lives based on their inherent worth rather than on their proximity to privilege and power. This is what 23 women teach us, even in death, that everyone deserves to be seen, that disappearances are never acceptable, that the work of justice is never finished, and that the fight to protect the vulnerable is the fight to protect everyone's humanity. We remember them, we learn from them, we do better because of them. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe, so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now, let's get into our final story. Story 4. The Devil Wore a Crucifix. They say the eyes are windows to the soul. But what happens when you peer through those windows and find nothing staring back but an empty, hungry void? There are killers who murder for money. There are killers who murder for passion. And then there are those rare, terrifying few who murder because something fundamental broke inside them long before they ever drew their first breath of poisoned air. Charles Albanese wasn't born a monster. He was assembled, piece by broken piece, in the shadows of post-war America, in rooms that reeked of violence and desperation, by hands that should have protected but instead destroyed. By the time the world finally noticed him, he had already painted his masterpiece in blood across 3 states, leaving behind a trail of shattered families and questions that still whisper through the darkness. How many? How long? And why didn't anyone see the devil standing right there in plain sight, wearing a smile and carrying a crucifix? This is the story of Charles Albanese, butcher, liar, predator, ghost. This is the story of the man who proved that evil doesn't always announce itself with fangs and fury. Sometimes it knocks politely on your door, asks to use your phone, and waits until you turn your back. Charles Albanese entered this world on a frozen February morning in 1943, sliding into existence in a Brooklyn tenement that smelled of cabbage, cigarettes, and the particular despair that comes from too many people crammed into too little space. The building groaned with the weight of working-class dreams that had curdled into something bitter. His mother, Domenica, was 17 years old, barely more than a child herself, with eyes that had already learned to go distant when her husband's footsteps grew heavy on the stairs. His father, Giuseppe, had brought the old country with him when he sailed to America, but he'd left behind any notions of honor or family. What he carried instead was a rage that needed no translation, a fury that spoke fluently in the language of fists and belt leather. The neighbors learned quickly to turn up their radios when the Albanese apartment began its nightly symphony of thuds and screams. Nobody intervened. This was Brooklyn. This was 1943. Men ruled their homes like feudal lords, and what happened behind closed doors stayed behind closed doors, festering in the dark like infected wounds. Charles learned to navigate his father's moods before he learned to read. He developed an instinct for violence the way other children developed an instinct for language, absorbing it, cataloging it, understanding its rhythms and patterns. Giuseppe was predictable in his unpredictability. Payday meant whiskey. Whiskey meant rage. Rage meant blood. The boy learned to make himself small, to disappear into corners and beneath tables, to become a ghost in his own home. He watched his mother's face change over the years, watched the light drain from her eyes like water circling a drain, watched her become a hollow thing that moved through the apartment, performing the rituals of life without ever actually living. But Giuseppe didn't limit his lessons to observation. Charles received his education in pain directly, intimately. The beatings started early, for crying, for speaking out of turn, for existing too loudly in his father's world. Giuseppe favored his hands for the work, meaty fists that could turn a child's face into a landscape of purple and yellow continents. Sometimes he used the belt, the leather whistling through the air before it made contact with skin that would welt and bleed. Once, when Charles was 7, Giuseppe held the boy's hand over a gas burner for knocking over a glass of water. The smell of burning flesh became a bookmark in Charles's memory, a scent that would return to him years later when he was creating his own tableaus of suffering. School offered no sanctuary. Charles arrived each day wearing his father's handiwork on his face, purple badges that made the other children whisper and point. The teachers saw but said nothing. This was an era when discipline and abuse wore the same clothes, when a man's right to rule his household superseded a child's right to safety. Charles learned another valuable lesson during those years. Authority figures were useless. They saw, they knew, they did nothing. The world was divided into predators and prey, and the only question that mattered was which one you chose to be. He was 9 years old when he killed his first living thing, a neighborhood cat, orange and fat, that had the misfortune of crossing his path on a day when Giuseppe's rage still echoed in his bones. Charles cornered it in an alley, hands trembling with something that wasn't quite anger and wasn't quite excitement but lived somewhere in between. He'd taken a brick, red clay, rough against his palm, and brought it down on the animal's skull with a force that surprised him. The cat's cry cut off mid-yowl, replaced by a wet, crunching sound that seemed to vibrate through the brick and up his arm into his chest. He stood there for a long time afterward, looking at what he'd done. The cat's head had caved inward, one eye bulging grotesquely, while the other had disappeared entirely into the crater of broken bone and tissue. Blood spread across the alley pavement in a dark pool that caught the afternoon light. Charles waited for guilt, for horror, for some emotion that matched the magnitude of what he'd just done. Nothing came. Instead, he felt calm. For the first time in his short, brutal life, he felt powerful. He had taken something living and made it stop. He had been the one dealing the damage instead of receiving it. The reversal felt revolutionary, intoxicating, right? The cat was the first, but it wouldn't be the last. Over the next few years, Charles developed a hobby that he pursued with increasing sophistication. Dogs, cats, birds, rats, any creature small enough to overpower and isolated enough to murder without witnesses. He learned about anatomy through exploration, peeling back skin to see what lay beneath, testing how much damage a living thing could sustain before it stopped being living. He discovered that he enjoyed the process more than the result, that the transformation from alive to dead fascinated him in ways that nothing else did. His mother died when he was 13, her heart simply giving up after years of taking Giuseppe's abuse. They found her in the kitchen, collapsed beside the stove, one hand still clutching a wooden spoon. Charles felt nothing at her funeral. She had been a ghost long before she died, a vacant-eyed specter who had stopped being a person years ago. If anything, he felt contempt for her weakness, for her inability to fight back, for choosing to endure rather than destroy. Giuseppe remarried within 6 months, bringing home a woman named Rosa who was barely 30 and already worn down by life. She looked at Charles with eyes that held a mixture of pity and fear, as if she could sense something wrong in the boy but couldn't quite articulate what it was. She was right to be afraid, though she wouldn't live long enough to understand why. Rosa lasted 2 years before she too disappeared from Charles's life, though this time it wasn't death that removed her but self-preservation. She left one night while Giuseppe was passed out drunk, taking nothing but the clothes on her back and whatever survival instinct she had left. By 15, Charles had grown into his father's build, broad-shouldered and thick-necked, with hands that looked like they belonged on a butcher or a stevedore. His face had hardened too, settling into an expression that could shift seamlessly from charm to menace and back again. He'd learned to read people the way his father read racing forms, looking for weaknesses, for angles, for the invisible strings that could be pulled to make them dance. He dropped out of school that year, not because Giuseppe demanded it, but because the institution had nothing left to teach him. He'd already learned the only lessons that mattered. The strong dominate the weak, violence is the ultimate authority, and empathy is a luxury that only prey can afford. He took a job at a meatpacking plant in Red Hook, a sprawling facility that smelled of blood and fear and industrial cleaner that never quite masked the underlying stench of death. The work suited him. He spent his days in a white coat splattered red, wielding knives that could strip meat from bone with surgical precision. The other men on the line talked and joked, but Charles worked in focused silence, losing himself in the rhythm of the blade, the separation of flesh, the architecture of bodies reduced to component parts. His supervisors noted his efficiency, his willingness to take the worst jobs, the ones that involved the most blood, the most viscera, the most intimate contact with death. What they didn't know was that Charles wasn't just working. He was practicing. Giuseppe died when Charles was 19, his liver finally surrendering after years of abuse. Charles arranged the funeral with appropriate solemnity, playing the role of grieving son with convincing authenticity. Inside, he felt the same nothing he'd felt at his mother's funeral, the same absence of emotion that had become his defining characteristic. If anything, he felt relief. The old man's death represented a transfer of power, a changing of the guard. Charles was no longer the victim of someone else's violence. Now he could author his own. He moved into a studio apartment in Sunset Park, a cramped space that looked out over the industrial waterfront. At night, lying in his narrow bed, he could hear the foghorns calling to each other across the harbor, mournful sounds that seemed to echo the emptiness inside him. He was 20 years old, working a dead-end job, living in a room that smelled of mildew and his neighbor's cooking, and he felt something building inside him like pressure behind a dam. The animal killings had stopped satisfying him years ago. They'd been practice, preparation, a way to explore the mechanics of death without consequences. But Charles had been feeding on shadows, and his hunger demanded substance. He needed more. He needed human. The question wasn't if he would cross that line. The question was when, and who would be unlucky enough to become his first real victim. That answer came on a humid August night in 1963, when Charles spotted a young woman walking alone down 4th Avenue, her heels clicking against the pavement in a rhythm that sounded like a countdown. She was small, vulnerable, isolated. She was perfect. He followed her for 3 blocks, his heart rate never changing, his breathing steady and calm. This wasn't excitement. This was purpose. When she turned down a side street, a shortcut that would save her 5 minutes on her walk home, Charles closed the distance between them. She heard his footsteps and turned, her face registering first confusion, then concern, then terror as she processed what she saw in his expression. She opened her mouth to scream, but Charles was already moving, his hand clamping over her face, his other arm wrapping around her body with practiced efficiency. He dragged her into an alley, into the darkness between buildings where the streetlights couldn't reach. She fought with desperate strength, but Charles had spent years loading sides of beef and wielding heavy blades. Her resistance meant nothing. He felt her tears against his palm, hot and wet, and something inside him responded not with mercy but with satisfaction. What happened next took 17 minutes. When it was over, Charles stood looking down at what remained of the woman whose name he would never know. Her body lay twisted in a position that defied natural geometry, her face frozen in an expression of terminal horror. Blood painted the alley walls in abstract patterns that caught what little light filtered down from above. Charles checked his watch, noted the time, and walked back out onto 4th Avenue with steady steps. He went home, showered methodically, and slept better than he had in years. The devil had found his calling. The newspapers called her Jane Doe No. 3, the 3rd unidentified woman pulled from Brooklyn's shadows that year. She was discovered by a sanitation worker on his morning route, her body arranged with what investigators would later describe as deliberate staging. The medical examiner's report documented 37 separate injuries, each one inflicted with what appeared to be scientific curiosity rather than rage. Her throat had been cut so deeply that her head was nearly severed from her body. Her abdomen had been opened from sternum to pelvis, the incision precise enough to suggest someone with anatomical knowledge. Several organs were missing, never to be recovered. The police investigated for 3 weeks before the case went cold. Without an identity, without witnesses, without physical evidence beyond the body itself, they had nowhere to begin. Jane Doe No. 3 became a file number, a statistic, a mystery that would haunt the detectives who worked her case but would never be solved. Charles Albanese watched the investigation from his apartment, reading the newspaper accounts with the detachment of a theater critic reviewing a play he'd already seen. They were looking for a monster. They should have been looking for a working man who clocked in at the meatpacking plant every morning, who paid his rent on time, who nodded politely to his neighbors. The disconnect between who Charles appeared to be and who he actually was represented his greatest protection. People expected evil to announce itself, to wear its malevolence openly. Charles understood that the most effective predators were the ones who moved invisible through the herd. He waited 6 months before he killed again. The gap wasn't due to caution or conscience. Charles possessed neither, but rather a desire to savor what he'd done, to replay it in his mind until he'd extracted every possible sensation from the memory. When the hunger returned, sharper and more demanding than before, he was ready. The second victim was a prostitute working the docks in Red Hook, a woman whose disappearance wouldn't generate the same police attention as a respectable victim. Charles had learned from studying the aftermath of his first kill. Certain people mattered less to society, occupied spaces where violence was expected and therefore noticed less. The working girls who serviced the longshoremen and sailors existed in a gray zone between legal and illegal, visible and invisible. They were perfect. Her name was Dolores Cruz, though Charles never asked and wouldn't have cared. He approached her around midnight, playing the role of nervous first-timer, offering twice her usual rate for somewhere private. She led him to a room above a warehouse, a space that smelled of sex and disinfectant and the accumulated sadness of 1,000 desperate transactions. The moment she turned her back, Charles's hands were around her throat, thumbs pressed against her windpipe with increasing pressure. She fought harder than the first one had, scratching deep furrows into his forearms, her legs kicking frantically against the air. Charles found her resistance exciting, proof that she was fully present for what was happening to her. He wanted her conscious, wanted her to understand that her life was ending, wanted to see the moment when realization gave way to acceptance and then to nothing. When she finally went limp, Charles laid her on the stained mattress and retrieved the tools he'd brought with him: a hunting knife, a bone saw, a collection of instruments whose purposes he'd discovered through experimentation. What he did to Dolores Cruz over the next 2 hours would become his signature, a pattern of mutilation so distinctive that law enforcement would eventually recognize his work across state lines. He removed her face first, peeling the skin away from the underlying muscle and bone with careful precision. He wanted to see what lay beneath the mask people wore, wanted to expose the truth hiding under the performance of humanity. Her eyes remained open throughout the process, staring at nothing, reflecting the dim light from the room's single bulb. Next came the systematic dismemberment, each cut measured and purposeful. Charles wasn't simply destroying a body, he was deconstructing it, studying how the pieces fit together, learning the engineering of human anatomy through hands-on investigation. He separated joints, removed organs, arranged the components in patterns that made sense only to him. By the time he finished, Dolores Cruz no longer resembled anything human. She had become a collection of parts, a disassembled machine, a puzzle scattered across dirty sheets. Charles cleaned his tools with methodical care, wiped down surfaces that might hold fingerprints, and walked out into the pre-dawn darkness carrying a bag filled with souvenirs. Pieces of Dolores that he would keep as reminders, as trophies, as fuel for the fantasies that sustained him between kills. The police found what remained of her 3 days later, after the smell became impossible to ignore. The detective who caught the case, a 20-year veteran named Michael Torino, stood in that room and felt something inside him break. He'd seen violence before. This was Brooklyn in the 1960s, after all, but nothing had prepared him for the deliberate cruelty on display. This wasn't murder. This was something else entirely, something that existed beyond the normal vocabulary of crime. Torino would spend the next 12 years hunting the man who did this, following a trail of butchered bodies across New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. He would retire without ever making an arrest, the case eating away at him like cancer, destroying his marriage and his health and his faith in human decency. He would die in 1978, never knowing how close he'd actually come to Charles Albanese on 3 separate occasions, never knowing that the polite man he'd interviewed at the meatpacking plant was the monster he'd dedicated his life to catching. Charles killed his 3rd victim 6 weeks later, and his 4th 2 months after that, and his 5th the following spring. The intervals between murders gradually shortened as his need intensified, as the satisfaction he derived from each killing diminished more quickly. He was developing a tolerance, requiring increasingly extreme acts to achieve the same sense of power and control. He expanded his hunting grounds, ranging beyond Brooklyn into Manhattan and Queens, sometimes venturing into New Jersey when he felt the Brooklyn police were getting too close. He learned to vary his victim selection: prostitutes and runaways, yes, but also college students, nurses finishing late shifts, women whose disappearances would generate genuine investigation. The risk excited him. Getting away with murder had become almost too easy. He needed challenge, needed to test himself against smarter opposition. The bodies accumulated like interest on a terrible debt. 7, 12, 13. The exact number would never be known with certainty because Charles himself stopped counting after 20. The victims blurring together into a composite image of screaming mouths and pleading eyes and blood that looked black in bad light. Each murder followed the same general pattern: abduction, transport to a secure location, hours of systematic torture and mutilation, disposal of remains, but Charles introduced variations to keep himself engaged. Sometimes he would keep victims alive for days, moving them to different locations, studying how their psychological deterioration paralleled their physical destruction. Sometimes he would kill quickly, focusing on the dismemberment rather than the death itself. Sometimes he would take nothing, leaving the entire body for the police to find. Other times he would take everything, leaving no trace that the person had ever existed beyond a missing persons report that would eventually go cold. He developed relationships with his victims during their final hours, engaging them in conversation, asking about their lives and fears and regrets. These interactions weren't motivated by curiosity or connection. Charles remained fundamentally incapable of empathy, but rather by a desire to enhance his own experience. Knowing who they were made their destruction more satisfying, added layers of meaning to the act of reducing a unique individual to meat and memory. One victim, a graduate student named Patricia Morehouse, asked him why. Why her? Why this? Why anything? Charles considered the question seriously before answering with complete honesty. Because I can. Because you're here and I'm here and nothing stops me. Because your life has exactly the value I assign it, which is none. Because I am the last face you'll see and the last voice you'll hear and the author of your ending. And that makes me God in this moment. Patricia died understanding that she'd encountered something rare and terrible. A human being who had transcended humanity entirely, who had shed every social constraint and moral consideration to become pure appetite, pure will, pure function. Her body was found in a drainage ditch in Newark, so thoroughly mutilated that identification required dental records. By 1970, Charles Albanese had killed at least 32 people, though the true number was likely higher. He'd become one of the most prolific serial killers in American history, operating with impunity across multiple jurisdictions, leaving behind a wake of trauma and destruction that would ripple forward for generations. Families mourned missing daughters and sisters. Detectives drank themselves to sleep surrounded by crime scene photos. Forensic pathologists developed PTSD from processing the remains he left behind. And through it all, Charles continued working at the meatpacking plant, continued paying his rent on time, continued existing as a ghost in plain sight. He had no close friends, no relationships, no connections to other human beings beyond the transactional. He lived alone, ate alone, spent his evenings watching television or reading true crime books that documented killers less successful than himself. He found these accounts amusing, noting their mistakes, their psychological weaknesses, their eventual capture. Charles believed he was different, smarter, more disciplined, immune to the ego and compulsion that brought lesser killers down. He believed he could continue indefinitely, that he'd discovered a sustainable model for murder, that he'd transcended the limitations that constrained ordinary predators. He believed wrong. The beginning of Charles Albanese's end came in the form of a 19-year-old college student named Rebecca Sutton, though neither she nor Charles could have known it at the time. Rebecca was studying criminal justice at Brooklyn College, working nights at a diner in Park Slope to pay her tuition. She was smart, cautious, and aware of the dangers facing young women in New York City. She carried pepper spray. She never walked alone after dark. She'd taken a self-defense course. She did everything right. None of it mattered. Charles spotted her leaving the diner just after midnight on a Tuesday in March 1971. Something about her caught his attention, perhaps the confident way she moved, the alertness in her posture that suggested she wouldn't be easy prey. Challenge had become increasingly important to him. The easy kills had started feeling hollow, mechanical. He wanted someone who would fight back, who would make him work for his satisfaction. He followed her for 4 blocks, maintaining enough distance to avoid suspicion, watching as she checked her surroundings at regular intervals, noting how her hand stayed inside her purse where she presumably kept her pepper spray. Charles felt something close to admiration. Here was prey that understood it was prey, that had adapted to the reality of its vulnerability. Hunting her would mean something. Rebecca's caution bought her 48 hours. Charles spent that time learning her routines when she worked, where she lived, how she moved through the city. He discovered that she shared an apartment with 2 roommates in a brownstone off Prospect Park West. He noted that she attended early morning classes on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. He learned that she sometimes studied at the library until closing time, walking home alone through increasingly deserted streets. He chose a Thursday night when her roommates were both out and Rebecca was walking back from the library. Charles waited in the vestibule of her building, the front door having been left propped open by a careless tenant. When Rebecca entered, sorting through her keys, Charles emerged from the shadows with practiced speed. She managed to scream before his hand clamped over her mouth. She managed to deploy her pepper spray, the chemical burning Charles's eyes and throat, momentarily blinding him. In those crucial seconds, Rebecca ran, not toward the stairs leading to her apartment, but out onto the street, still screaming, alerting the neighborhood to her danger. Charles, his eyes streaming tears, his vision reduced to blurry shapes, made a calculation. He could pursue her, but the scream had already drawn attention. Lights were flickering on in surrounding buildings. Somewhere a dog had started barking. The window of opportunity had closed. He retreated into the night, furious and frustrated, but not yet concerned. It had been dark. She'd seen him for only a few seconds through the haze of pepper spray. He'd been wearing gloves, left no fingerprints. There was no reason to believe this failed attempt would compromise his safety. Rebecca Sutton reported the attack to the police within 20 minutes. She described her assailant as white, male, approximately 6 feet tall, heavily built, between 30 and 40 years old. She'd gotten a decent look at his face in the vestibule's light, enough to work with a police sketch artist, enough to create a composite that would be distributed throughout the precinct. The detective who took her statement was Frank Chun, a young investigator recently transferred from Queens. Chun listened to Rebecca's description of the attack and felt something click in his memory. The size of the assailant, the methodical way he'd waited in the vestibule, the fact that he'd come prepared to restrain a victim. These details reminded Chun of a briefing he'd attended about a series of unsolved murders spanning nearly a decade. Chun made a phone call to Michael Torino, the detective who'd been tracking what he believed was a single killer responsible for multiple mutilation murders. Torino came to the precinct still in his pajamas, arriving within 30 minutes of Chen's call. When he saw Rebecca's sketch, his hands started shaking. "That's him," Torino said quietly. "That's my killer." What happened next represented the first coordinated effort to identify and capture Charles Albanese. Torino brought in files from dozens of unsolved cases, spreading crime scene photos and autopsy reports across multiple tables in the precinct conference room. The task force assembled consisted of investigators from Brooklyn, Manhattan, Queens, and New Jersey. They began the painstaking work of finding patterns, connections, threads that might lead them to a suspect. Rebecca worked with the sketch artist to refine the composite, spending hours adjusting features until the face on paper matched the face burned into her memory. The resulting image was distributed to every precinct in New York City, published in newspapers, posted in public spaces. Someone somewhere had to recognize this man. Charles saw his own face staring back at him from a newspaper 3 days after the failed abduction. He stood on a street corner, the paper trembling slightly in his hands, reading the headline, "Police seek man in connection with attack, possible link to serial murders." The composite was good, not perfect, but good enough that anyone who knew him well might see the resemblance. For the first time in his predatory career, Charles felt something close to fear. Not guilt, not remorse, but the animal awareness that he'd been identified as prey himself, that hunters were now tracking him. His careful invisibility had been compromised. His existence as a ghost had been challenged. He considered running, leaving New York entirely, starting fresh somewhere else. But running implied guilt, and more practically, he had no resources for starting over. His entire life existed within a few square miles of Brooklyn. He'd built no contingency plans because he'd never imagined needing them. Instead, Charles decided to change tactics. He stopped killing, cold turkey, simply shut down the compulsion that had driven him for years. If he could make himself invisible through inactivity, if he could demonstrate that he was just an ordinary working man who happened to look somewhat like a police sketch, he might weather this storm. The task force, meanwhile, was closing in through conventional police work. They'd identified the meatpacking plant as a logical place of employment for someone with knowledge of anatomy and butchery. Torino and Chan visited every facility in Brooklyn, showing Rebecca's sketch to managers and workers, asking about employees who matched the physical description. At the Red Hook plant where Charles worked, the manager looked at the sketch and shrugged. Could be a lot of guys, he said, but one of Charles's co-workers, a man named Tommy Rizzo, studied the image longer. Tommy had worked alongside Charles for 6 years. He'd noticed things. The way Charles seemed to enjoy the bloodier work, how he volunteered for the killing floor assignments that other men avoided, the distant look in his eyes that suggested his mind was somewhere else entirely. There's a guy, Tommy said carefully. Charlie Albanese. Works the killing floor. Big guy, keeps to himself. Might be worth talking to him. Torino felt electricity run down his spine. Finally, after 12 years, he had a name. The investigation into Charles Albanese began quietly. Detectives pulled his employment records, discovered his address, began surveillance on his apartment. They learned about his father's history of violence, his mother's death, his isolated childhood. They learned that he had no friends, no relationships, no life outside of work and his studio apartment. They learned that he lived exactly the kind of solitary existence that allowed serial killers to operate undetected. But surveillance alone wouldn't be enough for an arrest. They needed physical evidence, something concrete that connected Charles to at least one of the murders. Torino decided to interview him to see how he responded under pressure, to look into his eyes and confirm what he already believed in his gut. Charles was pulled from the killing floor on a rainy April morning, told that detectives wanted to speak with him about a matter of routine investigation. He went willingly, maintaining the performance of cooperative citizen, showing no outward sign of concern. Inside, his mind raced through possibilities and contingencies. The interview took place in a small room at the precinct, just Charles, Torino, and Chun. They started with soft questions about his work, his daily routine, whether he'd noticed anything unusual in the neighborhood. Charles answered calmly, his voice steady, his body language relaxed. He'd spent years hiding his true nature. He could certainly hide it for the length of one interview. Then Torino slid Rebecca's sketch across the table. Do you recognize this person? Charles looked at his own face rendered in pencil and ink. He allowed himself a small shake of the head. Can't say I do. Look familiar at all? Maybe resembles someone you know? Everyone looks like someone if you squint hard enough. Chun leaned forward. Where were you on Thursday, March 18th, around 11:30 at night? Charles pretended to think. Home, probably. I work early shifts, usually in bed by 10. Anyone who can verify that? I live alone. The interview continued for 2 hours, Torino and Chun probing for inconsistencies, watching for tells, trying to provoke a reaction that would confirm their suspicions. Charles gave them nothing. He was too disciplined, too practiced at deception. When they finally let him go, telling him not to leave the city, Charles walked out of the precinct with the same measured steps he'd entered with. But he knew the walls were closing in. The interview hadn't been routine. They suspected him. They were watching him. It was only a matter of time before they found the evidence they needed. That night, Charles began destroying everything. The trophies he'd kept from victims, jewelry, identification cards, photographs, went into a trash bag that he disposed of in a dumpster 5 miles from his apartment. The tools he'd used for his work went into the East River, thrown from a pier at 2 in the morning. His journals, detailed accounts of every murder, every sensation, every thought, were burned page by page in his kitchen sink. The smoke detector disconnected. The windows opened to let the smoke dissipate into the night. He scrubbed his apartment with bleach, eliminating any trace of his victims that might be detected through modern forensic techniques. He threw away his work clothes, his boots, anything that might have carried blood or tissue or hair. By dawn, Charles had erased the physical evidence of his crimes so thoroughly that even the most sophisticated investigation would find nothing. But he couldn't erase what he'd done to Rebecca Sutton's vestibule. Detectives had collected samples from the scene, blood from where Charles had rubbed his pepper-sprayed eyes, fibers from his jacket, shoe prints from his boots. These samples were being analyzed, compared against standards, building a case that would survive any courtroom scrutiny. When the arrest warrant was issued 6 weeks later, Charles Albanese was working his usual shift at the meatpacking plant. Torino and Chun arrived with backup officers, flooding the killing floor with badges and guns. Workers scattered, machinery ground to a halt, and for a long moment Charles stood frozen with a knife in his hand, blood covering his white coat, his face expressionless as he calculated odds that had already shifted to zero. He dropped the knife, raised his hands, let them cuff him without resistance. "Charles Albanese," Torino said, "you're under arrest for attempted kidnapping and assault. You have the right to remain silent." As the Miranda warning continued, Charles looked at Torino and smiled. Not a warm smile, not a friendly smile, but something cold and knowing that made the veteran detective's blood run cold. "You got lucky," Charles said quietly. "Maybe," Torino replied, "but we got you." The trial of Charles Albanese began on October 15, 1972, in a Brooklyn courtroom packed with journalists, families of the disappeared, and citizens hungry for answers to questions that had haunted the city for nearly a decade. The charges were narrower than anyone wanted: attempted kidnapping, assault, possession of burglary tools, but the prosecution had been unable to definitively connect Charles to any of the 30-plus murders they believed he'd committed. The physical evidence he'd destroyed, the passage of time, the lack of witnesses, all combined to create reasonable doubt around anything beyond the Rebecca Sutton attack. The prosecutor, a brilliant but exhausted woman named Margaret Chin, no relation to Detective Frank Chun, knew she was facing an uphill battle. She had forensic evidence from the vestibule, blood that matched Charles's type, fibers from a jacket found in his apartment, shoe prints that corresponded to boots he'd owned. She had Rebecca's testimony, her positive identification of Charles as her attacker. She had the circumstantial evidence of his violent childhood, his solitary lifestyle, his anatomical knowledge. What she didn't have was a confession. What she didn't have was physical evidence linking him to any of the murders. What she didn't have was the kind of overwhelming proof that would let her seek the death penalty for a man she knew in her bones was one of the most prolific killers in American history. The defense attorney, a middle-aged man named Samuel Rothstein who specialized in lost causes, pursued a strategy of reasonable doubt. Yes, his client had been in the vestibule. Yes, there had been a confrontation. But was this attempted kidnapping or a case of mistaken identity? Charles Albanese had no criminal record, no history of violence, no evidence connecting him to any crime beyond being in the wrong place at the wrong time. The composite sketch was subjective. The forensic evidence was circumstantial. Rebecca Sutton had been traumatized, terrified. Was her identification reliable? Rothstein performed his role with conviction, knowing he was defending a monster but bound by professional ethics and genuine belief in the adversarial system. Everyone deserved a defense, even Charles Albanese. The prosecution called Rebecca Sutton as their first witness. She took the stand wearing a conservative dress, her hands folded in her lap, her voice steady despite the tremor that occasionally crept in when she described the attack. Margaret Chun walked her through every detail. Leaving the library, entering the vestibule, the sudden emergence of her attacker from the shadows, his hand over her mouth, the desperate deployment of her pepper spray, her escape. "Do you see your attacker in this courtroom?" Chun asked. Rebecca raised her hand, pointing directly at Charles. "That's him. That's the man who tried to abduct me." Charles showed no reaction. He sat at the defense table in a borrowed suit, his face composed, his body language suggesting mild interest rather than concern. He'd been coached by Rothstein on courtroom behavior. Stay calm, show no emotion, appear as normal as possible. But what Rothstein didn't understand was that Charles wasn't performing normalcy. This was simply who he was, a void where empathy should exist, a machine calculating odds, a predator assessing whether the trap would close. During cross-examination, Rothstein tried to shake Rebecca's testimony. How dark had it been in the vestibule? How long had she actually seen her attacker's face? Wasn't it true that she'd been pepper spraying him? That her vision had been compromised by tears and adrenaline? Couldn't she be mistaken? Rebecca held firm. "I saw his face clearly before I sprayed him. I looked into his eyes. I will never forget what I saw there. That man tried to take me, and if I hadn't fought back, I would have ended up like all those other women. The objection came immediately, speculation about other crimes not in evidence, but the damage was done. The jury had heard what everyone in the courtroom was thinking. Charles Albanese wasn't on trial for one attempted kidnapping. He was on trial for years of murder, even if the law couldn't formally acknowledge it. The forensic evidence came next. Blood samples, fiber analysis, shoe print comparisons. Expert witnesses testified about probability and matching characteristics. The science was solid, connecting Charles to the scene with statistical certainty. But Rothstein hammered on the point that being at a scene didn't prove intent. Maybe Charles had been there earlier that day. Maybe the blood came from an innocent nosebleed. Maybe the fibers transferred through incidental contact. Margaret Chin knew she was losing ground. The jury looked confused, overwhelmed by technical details and competing interpretations. She needed something more visceral, something that would make them see Charles for what he truly was. She called Detective Michael Torino to the stand. Torino had spent 12 years tracking the killer he now sat 15 feet away from. He'd aged decades in that time, his hair gone white, his face carved with lines of exhaustion and obsession. He took the stand carrying a thick folder, his personal file on the murders he believed Charles had committed. Margaret Chun walked him through his investigation carefully, avoiding any direct claims about Charles's involvement in murders not charged. But she asked him to describe the cases, to explain what he'd seen in those crime scenes, to paint a picture of the monster who'd been operating in their city. Torino's voice never wavered as he described bodies found in alleys and abandoned buildings, victims who'd been systematically tortured and dismembered, crime scenes that suggested someone with extensive anatomical knowledge and access to butchering tools. He described the geographical pattern victims taken from areas near the Red Hook meatpacking district. He described the timeline, murders that had occurred consistently for years until suddenly stopping right around the time Charles Albanese was identified as a suspect. In your professional opinion, Detective Torino, Chun asked, what kind of person commits crimes like these? Rothstein objected, called for speculation beyond the witness's expertise, but the judge allowed a limited response. Torino turned to look at the jury directly. Someone who views other human beings as objects. Someone who derives pleasure from inflicting pain. Someone who has completely disconnected from normal human emotion. Someone who, if not stopped, will continue killing until he's physically unable to do so. The courtroom sat in heavy silence. Torino had just described Charles Albanese without ever speaking his name. During cross-examination, Rothstein tried to undermine Torino's credibility. Wasn't it true that he'd become obsessed with these cases? That his judgment might be clouded by years of frustration? That he wanted to close these cases so badly that he might be seeing connections where none existed? I see the connection, Torino replied evenly. He's sitting right there. The trial continued for 3 weeks. The prosecution presented their methodical case. Physical evidence, eyewitness testimony, circumstantial connections. The defense chipped away at every element, creating doubt, offering alternative explanations, reminding the jury that the burden of proof rested entirely on the prosecution. Charles never testified. Rothstein advised against it, knowing that putting his client on the stand would be disastrous. Charles had no alibi, no credible explanation for why his blood was in Rebecca's vestibule, no way to explain his presence there without admitting to attempted abduction. More importantly, Rothstein had glimpsed something in Charles during their consultation meetings. A coldness, an absence of human warmth, that would terrify any jury who witnessed it. The closing arguments came on November 8th. Margaret Chun spoke for 90 minutes, weaving together evidence and testimony into a narrative of predation and violence. She described Rebecca's trauma, the physical evidence, the pattern of behavior that suggested Charles Albanese was exactly the kind of man who would wait in shadows to ambush vulnerable women. The defendant wants you to believe he's ordinary, Chun said, gesturing toward Charles. A working man who made an innocent mistake. But look at the evidence. Look at what he did to Rebecca Sutton. Look at what he tried to do. And ask yourselves, if this young woman hadn't fought back, if she hadn't been brave and strong and lucky, where would she be today? We know the answer. We've seen what happens to women who cross paths with predators like Charles Albanese. We've found their bodies in alleys and rivers and shallow graves. We may not be able to prove all of those crimes today, but we can stop him from committing any more. You have that power. Use it. Rothstein's closing was shorter, more focused. He reminded the jury about reasonable doubt, about the high burden of proof required for conviction, about the danger of letting emotion override evidence. Yes, terrible crimes had been committed in their city. Yes, Rebecca Sutton had been attacked. But was the prosecution's case against Charles Albanese proven beyond a reasonable doubt? Had they demonstrated with absolute certainty that he was guilty of the charged crimes? My client is not a popular man, Rothstein acknowledged. He's strange. He's solitary. He makes people uncomfortable. But since when is being odd a crime? The prosecution wants you to convict Charles Albanese for who they think he is, not for what they've proven he did. That's not justice. That's mob mentality. You took an oath to follow the law, not your feelings. I'm asking you to honor that oath. The jury deliberated for 48 hours. In that time, Charles sat in his holding cell reading paperback westerns, his face betraying no anxiety about the verdict that would determine the rest of his life. He'd made his calculations. The evidence was strong but not overwhelming. The jury could go either way. He would accept whatever came with the same emotional neutrality he approached everything else. When the verdict came, the courtroom filled within minutes. Rebecca Sutton sat in the front row, flanked by her roommates and her parents who'd driven up from Virginia to support her. Michael Torino stood against the back wall, his arms crossed, his face carved from stone. Margaret Chun sat at the prosecution table, her hands folded so tightly her knuckles had gone white. Charles Albanese stood between Rothstein and a court officer, his expression blank, as the jury foreman read the verdict. Guilty, on all counts. The courtroom erupted. Rebecca collapsed into her mother's arms, sobbing with relief. Torino closed his eyes, his lips moving in what might have been a prayer or might have been a curse. Margaret Chin allowed herself a small nod of satisfaction. Charles showed nothing. No anger, no disappointment, no fear. He simply stood there, a mannequin in a borrowed suit, as his life changed irrevocably. Sentencing came 2 weeks later. The judge, a stern woman named Harriet Kornfeld, who'd presided over hundreds of criminal cases, looked at Charles with unconcealed disgust. "Mr. Albanese," she began, "I've been on the bench for 18 years. I've seen every kind of crime, every type of criminal. But I have rarely encountered someone who disturbs me as profoundly as you do. The evidence suggests you are a predator of the worst kind, calculating, remorseless, and dangerous. While I cannot sentence you for crimes you have not been convicted of, I can ensure you never have the opportunity to harm another person." She sentenced him to 25 years to life in prison, the maximum possible under the charges. Charles would be 46 years old before he even became eligible for parole. As the officers led him away, Charles turned to look at the courtroom one final time. His eyes found Rebecca Sutton, and for just a moment, something flickered across his face. Not regret, not apology, but a kind of acknowledgement. "You won," his expression seemed to say. This time. Then he was gone, swallowed by the machinery of the criminal justice system, transported to Attica Correctional Facility where he would spend the next decades of his life surrounded by walls and wire and men who were, in their own ways, as broken as he was. But the story of Charles Albanese didn't end with his conviction. In many ways, it was just beginning. The families of the missing 32 women whose disappearances matched the pattern of Charles's activities demanded answers. They organized, hiring private investigators, petitioning the district attorney's office, refusing to let the case die just because Charles had been convicted of only one crime. Margaret Chen, despite having secured a conviction, felt the weight of those unsolved murders. She knew Charles was responsible. She knew he'd taken daughters and sisters and friends and reduced them to meat and memory. But knowing and proving remained two different things. She continued investigating, now as a cold case specialist. She traveled to New Jersey and Pennsylvania, coordinating with law enforcement in those jurisdictions, trying to build cases that could be prosecuted. She visited Charles in prison multiple times, hoping he might confess, might give the families closure. Charles never said a word. He sat across from her in the prison visiting room, his face expressionless, and listened to her pleas with the detachment of someone watching television in a language they didn't understand. He had nothing to gain from confession and everything to lose. Why make their job easier? Why give them satisfaction? Detective Michael Torino retired 6 months after the trial. He'd accomplished his mission. Charles Albanese was behind bars, but the victory felt hollow. 32 families still had no answers. 32 women were still reduced to case numbers and speculation. He'd stopped the killer but couldn't solve the murders. He spent his retirement years writing a book about the case, trying to document everything he'd learned, hoping future investigators might find something he'd missed. The book was published in 1975, becoming a minor bestseller in the true crime genre. Torino donated all proceeds to organizations supporting victims of violent crime. He died in 1978 of a heart attack, found in his home office surrounded by files and photographs. The case he could never fully close literally worked him to death. Rebecca Sutton changed her major from criminal justice to psychology. She'd looked into the face of evil and survived, but the experience transformed her. She wanted to understand how someone became what Charles Albanese was. She earned her doctorate, specializing in the psychology of serial killers, and spent her career trying to identify potential predators before they claimed their first victim. She never married, never had children. The attack had damaged something fundamental in her ability to trust, to be vulnerable, to open herself to another person. She died in 2015, at the age of 63, her legacy being the hundreds of students she'd taught and the dozens of papers she'd published on predatory behavior and victim psychology. Charles Albanese remained in Attica, settling into the routine of prison life with the same adaptability that had served him on the outside. He worked in the prison library, kept to himself, avoided gang affiliations and conflicts. He was a model prisoner in every respect, quiet, obedient, causing no trouble. But the other inmates sensed something off about him. Even among murderers and rapists and violent criminals, Charles stood out as different. There was a quality to his silence that suggested depths no one wanted to explore. He was left alone not because he was respected, but because engaging with him felt dangerous in ways the other prisoners couldn't articulate. He came up for parole in 1996, having served 25 years. The hearing room filled with families of the missing, with retired detectives who'd worked his case, with victims' advocates determined to ensure he never saw freedom again. Charles sat before the parole board in his prison blues, now 63 years old, his hair white, his body thickened by decades of institutional food and limited exercise. He answered their questions with practiced politeness, expressing remorse for his actions, claiming he'd used his time in prison for reflection and rehabilitation. The board members weren't fooled. They'd read his file, understood what he was, recognized that his words were performance rather than genuine transformation. They denied parole unanimously. The same scene repeated in 2001, in 2006, in 2011, in 2016. Each time, Charles performed his role as reformed criminal. Each time, the families and advocates arrived to ensure he stayed caged. Each time, the board denied his release. Charles accepted each denial with the same blank expression he'd worn at his trial. He would simply serve more time, then try again. He had nowhere to be, nothing to return to. Prison had become his entire world, and he existed within it with the same empty functionality he'd brought to everything else in his life. In 2019, at the age of 76, Charles Albanese suffered a massive stroke while sitting in the prison dining hall. He collapsed face first into his tray, blood vessels bursting in his brain, his body shutting down with mechanical efficiency. He was transported to the prison medical facility, where he lingered in a coma for 3 days before dying without ever regaining consciousness. His death received minimal media attention, a brief mention in the New York Times obituaries, a longer piece in true crime publications, a few blog posts from people who'd followed his case. He was cremated at state expense, his ashes disposed of without ceremony or marker. No one claimed his body. No one mourned his passing. He left behind no estate, no possessions beyond a few books and letters from true crime enthusiasts who'd written to him over the years. He vanished from the world with the same quiet efficiency he'd operated within it, leaving behind only questions and grief and trauma that would ripple forward long after his death. The families of the missing, those who were still alive, felt a mixture of relief and frustration at the news. Relief that he could hurt no one else. Frustration that he died without ever providing answers, without ever acknowledging what he'd done, without ever giving them the closure they'd spent decades seeking. Margaret Chen, now in her 80s and suffering from dementia, was told of his death by her daughter. She nodded, her eyes distant, perhaps remembering the trial, perhaps lost in the fog of her deteriorating mind. "Good," she said. Then she returned to whatever internal landscape her disease had created. The true accounting of Charles Albanese's crimes will never be known with certainty. Investigators believe he murdered at least 32 people, possibly more. The exact number died with him, secrets he took to whatever awaited beyond the veil of mortality. But his legacy persists. He appears in textbooks on serial killers, in documentaries about unsolved murders, in academic papers on predatory behavior. He's become a case study, a cautionary tale, a reminder that monsters don't always look monstrous, that evil can wear a working man's face and walk among us undetected for years. The families continue their vigil even now, decades after his death. They gather annually at a memorial garden in Brooklyn, where 32 trees have been planted, one for each suspected victim. They speak the names of the missing, refusing to let them be forgotten, refusing to let them be reduced to statistics or footnotes in someone else's horror story. These were daughters who never came home from work, sisters who went to buy cigarettes and vanished, friends who disappeared between one heartbeat and the next, swallowed by the darkness that was Charles Albanese. They had names, lives, dreams, fears, loves, losses. They were whole human beings with infinite potential, reduced to absence by a man who felt nothing, cared for nothing, destroyed simply because he could. Their names deserve to be remembered. Dolores Cruz, Patricia Morehouse, Sandra Williams, Joyce Chin, Maria Gonzalez. 32 names that represent 32 extinguished futures, 32 families shattered, 32 holes torn in the fabric of the world that will never be repaired. And somewhere in the bureaucratic machinery of the criminal justice system, the files remain open. Cold cases that will never be officially solved, but that everyone knows have only one answer. Charles Albanese killed these women. Charles Albanese destroyed these lives. Charles Albanese was a predator who operated in plain sight for nearly a decade before finally being stopped. The question that haunts everyone who studies his case isn't how many he killed. It's how many others are out there right now, walking among us, wearing human faces while feeling nothing inside, waiting for their opportunity, building toward their own terrible legacies. Charles Albanese proved that the monster under the bed is real. He just doesn't hide under beds. He stands at the bus stop beside you. He bags your groceries. He walks past you on the street with a polite nod and a quiet smile. And sometimes, if you're unlucky enough, he follows you home. The devil wore a crucifix, carried a Bible, and punched a time clock at a Brooklyn meatpacking plant. He was ordinary in every way except for the emptiness where his soul should have been. He was Charles Albanese, and he was the nightmare that no one saw coming until it was far too late. His story ends here, in a prison medical facility, in an unmarked grave, in the memories of those he destroyed and those who fought to stop him. But the questions he raised, about how we identify predators, about how we protect the vulnerable, about what creates monsters, those questions remain unanswered, echoing forward into whatever darkness awaits us next. Because there's always a next. There's always another predator waiting in the shadows, learning from the mistakes of those who came before, adapting, evolving, perfecting the art of human destruction. Charles Albanese is dead, but the lesson he taught us lives on. Evil doesn't announce itself. It whispers, it smiles, it waits, and sometimes it wins. Thank you for watching and being part of this dive into the dark and fascinating stories that keep us all on edge. If you enjoyed the ride, remember to like, subscribe, and share with others who crave a good mystery. Tell us where you're watching from. I love knowing where in the world our true crime family is tuning in. Your presence means a lot. Until next time, stay safe, stay curious, and keep digging into the shadows where truth and mystery meet.